reference anything?
No, not yet. Thank you. Good evening. The time is 5:04 p.m. and the Warwick City Council Finance Committee is open. May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes for August 19th, 2024?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
First is on to PCR 83-24, the bid package. May I have a motion for the minutes from the August 19th, 2024 meeting?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item number 1 is bid 2025-172. This is for the purchase of DBW to purchase a 2025 Kenworth L770 side loading sanitation vehicle. This is found, of course, on page 1. Good evening, Director. Please identify.
Thank you. Good evening. Eric Earls, Public Works. So Public Works is requesting to purchase 2025 Kenworth L770 automated side-loading refuse vehicle from Sanitary Equipment. So this is your standard sanitation truck side loader. It'll be replacing a 2014 Peterbilt that is down hard and probably is no longer a feasible unit.
Thank you. And this is coming from ARPA funds, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And lastly, this kind of goes with a routine of updating vehicles. I understand it's replacing a 2014, so that means a newer vehicle. I use that term very loosely. Will now go to the reserve status, or do the sanitation vehicles not have a reserve status? It'll be all vehicles are front line, and they just pick up the route.
Yeah, right now, we have a couple newer vehicles that are down. So we had 11 out today. Ideally, we'd have 14. There are a couple that just have minor repairs, a couple waiting on parts. So something like this would go right into our rotation. Typically, the newer trucks we keep in recycle routes because then they don't have to go up the mountain. The municipal recycling facility is at the bottom of the mountain in Johnston. So typically the newer vehicles, we try and baby them a little bit more.
And again, as we made a commitment, this council, this committee made a commitment, and certain members of this council made a commitment years ago that we would reinvest into the infrastructure as well as direct services to the citizens of the city, and this is part of it. So I commend the department for making this purchase. Are there any questions from anyone else on this committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Director. So it looks like a 6-month lead time on this vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. One of the things that the reason we're here now is that our guys are constantly looking for available vehicles, and this came up that the chassis was available immediately, and so that's why it's only 6 months. If we tried to purchase it new, we'd have to wait for the chassis, and then we'd have to wait once the chassis was ready, then go out for the body. So that's why this turnaround is a little bit quicker.
Okay, great, thanks. And last week we touched on when we were purchasing bins, some of the issues that were going on, and I know you were going to look into that. One of the things, as I've been out canvassing the ward, that I heard is a driver described to a resident of mine that one of the vehicles that's in service in our area, the arm is broke. So we had reported, hey, lots of these bins are turned over on the side of the road. They're not getting put down properly. And then another resident reported the bin actually got like dumped into the collector and the driver described that the arm was broken. So is that one of the vehicles that you're talking about that's waiting for parts? Is that something that you're aware of, that particular issue?
The arm malfunctions are a very common malfunction. A lot of times they can just, once they come back to the yard, they can figure out what's going on with it and fix it on the spot. Other times it needs a full replacement. But that is, talking to the guys after the meeting last time, they had indicated that if the arm is not, if not that it's not properly maintained, because you need to grease it regularly, and the guys typically do that really well, but you're also supposed to grease it every 700 lifts, and our guys regularly on the routes are doing 2,000. So a lot of times, even if they're maintaining them properly, the grease won't continue to do what it's supposed to do, and that way you'll get more of a jerky motion, and that's why sometimes it gets dropped. At least that's the way it was explained to me.
Okay. Got it. And on a typical day when you're out collecting, how many of the total trucks are in use? Is it the full fleet goes out each, of the 5 days of collection? Yeah. So typically, there are 7 routes on each day. So ideally, you'd have 14 trucks. You'd have 7 doing trash, 7 doing recycling. So on a day like today, when we had 11, we'll send 7 out to do trash, get the trash off the road as quickly as possible. And then, 4 go jump into recycling routes. And then when the trash trucks are done, they'll jump into recycling routes and then kind of pick everything up. But one of the issues that we've been having lately, and just driving here today at 4:30, I was driving past trucks that were just going back to the yard. I mean, granted, Tuesday's a tough one because it's out in your ward, which makes that round trip a lot more difficult. But to answer your question, if we have 14 trucks, they're all rolling. If we have 15, then we could keep 1 in reserve. But we haven't been there for a while. Okay. So if everything stayed the way it is today, the addition of this truck would make 12?
It would make 12 today, but we could possibly have 14 tomorrow if some of the ones that we have pending are repaired.
Okay.
But it's unlikely until we get this one that we could ever have 15.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Actually, one more question. Are we still doing any transfer station drop off or any of those activities that we picked up?
We still have permission from DEM to dump recycling in the back by our compost station. So on days when things get really tough, we will dump recycling and consolidate that into a roll-off. And then the highway division, rather than sanitation, will take that up to Johnston and dump. That allows the sanitation vehicle to turn around more quickly and get back out into the route. We want to avoid that, obviously, but in instances where we're running behind, then we will utilize that.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
In the event that this purchase is approved, generally speaking, what would we be looking at for a schedule to make sure that we're continuing to invest in the fleet, keeping on the track? So I don't know if that means that in the next year we should expect to purchase another sanitation truck, 1 a year, or what the plan is in general.
And I think I've discussed this before, maybe at the budget meeting, but ideally, we're probably purchasing 3 trucks every 2 years. I think that would be sustainable. But at this point, we're trying to play catch up, that we still have 2014s out on the road. That's the problem. But I think ultimately, and not ultimately, but just in the future, moving forward, whoever is sitting in my seat should be up here asking for at least 3 trucks every 2 years.
Any other questions from members of the council? Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. Eric, over here it says that we're also responsible for services of the city buildings, including schools, but except the Sawtooth building. So why not the Sawtooth building?
Well, we lease the Sawtooth building, so the materials that come out of the Sawtooth building are handled by AAA.
Oh, they're separate. Okay. 'Cause I see when it said including schools, I was just curious why not the Sawtooth building. So that's handled somewhere else. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, how does the price of this truck compare to the last one we purchased?
I believe pretty favorably. I think the last truck may have actually been more expensive, but I don't know for sure. But it certainly has been in that 410 to 420 range, I believe. And I can find that out for you if you want.
And you don't think that it would be worth going out to bid for this?
No, because it's these companies, they don't need to look for bids. You know, these trucks, when they're available, they get scooped up right away. So I don't, it wouldn't, this specific vehicle wouldn't be available if we waited throughout the bid process. And it's unlikely that this vendor would even waste the time, would spend the time to go through the process of bidding on something that they may or may not get, holding that vehicle when people are knocking on their door to get it.
And there's, in addition to the vehicle, there's still items that have to be added on to this truck?
No, the sanitation vehicles come pretty much plug and play.
It's
Yep.
ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, because I'm looking at this sanitary equipment company quote, and down at the bottom, quote notes, it says Kenworth L770 arriving at Liberty end of August. So I would interpret that to mean the truck's ready to go now, right? It's at the very bottom of the
Arriving at
quote sheet.
Labrie.
Sorry?
Arriving at Labrie, that's what it says, right?
Arriving at Labrie, yes.
Labrie was the one that puts the body on it.
Oh, okay.
So it's a Kenworth chassis with a Labrie body.
Got it. And is that body on the truck now?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So that's where the lead time comes in.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the council? Questions from the public? Thank you, Director. Next is item number 2, bid 2025-156, Warwick Police Department Portable Radio Correction Portable Police Radios. This is found on page 4. Good evening, Major.
Good evening, Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department is requesting a 56.6 exception to bid in order to purchase various Motorola portable and mobile radios. The Motorola radios would be purchased from Motorola Solutions, doing business as Cyber Communications, which is a sole source vendor for Motorola products. The total purchase price of $93,359.40 would be funded from the police operating budget code 30-271 communication parts.
Thank you, Major. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Major, does this price that we're looking at, does that include shipping?
Yes,
Okay, so that's delivered to the station.
right to the station. Yeah, the Cybercom, they're out of Warwick, but I don't believe it's coming right out of there. They just direct ship it to our address.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Major. Item number 3 is bid 2025-178. Warwick Police Department purchase 2024 Chevrolet Tahoe four-wheel drive. This is found on page 12. Major, you have the floor.
Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department is requesting spending authorization under City Ordinance 56-6 in order to purchase 2024 Chevy Tahoe police utility vehicle. The vehicle would be purchased from Colonial Municipal Group under the Greater Boston Police Council VEH 110 cooperative bid. The vehicle purchase price is $68,523.25. And would be funded through pre-approved opera funds, budget code 510-05030.
Thank you, Major. Are there any follow-up questions from members of this committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Major, this is this if I look at the enterprise capital budget, is this coming out of the line that is vehicle fleet 14-15, $1,062,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Major, this includes all graphics, lights, sirens, etc.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Oh, I apologize. I have one more. Is there any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Next, we come to the part of the bid package that I will ask members of the committee, members of the council, and members of the public if they would like to pull anything for discussion. Councilman Ricks, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to request to pull 2022-067?
Correct.
Thank you. I'll put you down on there. We're going to thank you. That was item number 5, found on page 19. I'll give the members of the committee a moment. Councilman. Yeah, no, oh, that's true. Thank you. Is there any other item that members of this committee would like to discuss? Oh, he wants to. Thank you. I'll come right back to you. Council President McAllister.
Thank you. Number 4, 2025-133, calendar printing and mailing.
Council President requested DPW calendar printing and mailing. That's found on page 16. That is item number 4.
Thank you.
Are there any other items, members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Item number 5, I'm sorry. Item number 13, 2025-173, purchase 1 solar speed sign.
Councilman Gebhardt.
Item number 9.
Item number 9? Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt requests is item number 9. That's bid 2025-178. And Councilman Lattiser already pulled item number 13. I'd like to talk about item number 12. That is 2025-136. Thank you. So we'll go in order. So Council President, bid item number 4, bid 2025-133, found on page 16.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Chrissy.
Good evening. Krista Moretti, Public Works.
Thanks. Just this one comes up every year, so we just want to clarify, right? Whatever we send to the calendar in the printing place, they print. So it is on the department or the city to send them what you want printed. It's not the responsibility of the print shop to make edits and stuff like that, correct?
That's correct.
All right, I just want to make, I know we had a long discussion on that. So just to clarify, when whatever we send to the printer, that's what they print. They don't look at it, they just print it, and that's how it comes back. So all the editing and the checks and the double checks are done on the city end.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just for clarification, when I went through the requesting of items to pull from members of the council and committee, I mistakenly left out the members of the public. So as soon as we finish this discussion, if the members of the public wish to comment, that's fine. But if there's an item from the bid package, I will request that as well as soon as we close this. Are there any questions from members of this committee on bid item number 4? Are there any questions from members of the Councilman Lattisaw?
Thank you, Chairman. Normally, I have questions on this, but I think the council president spoke to it, so I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public on item number 4, bid 2025-133, DBW calendar printing and mailing? Good evening.
So a year ago, when this bid came up, we discussed putting it in a simple one-page letter of exemptions for all the citizens. That wasn't done last year, and I'm back to it again asking the same thing. I mean, as much as anybody tries to expend knowledge to the taxpayers, there's always new people, people that are aging out, people that are becoming more interested in or meet more different criteria. And I think it's the easiest way to get that message across. We're sending these calendars out to homeowners. So it's not as though they're going to commercial zones or miscellaneous apartment houses. These are all homeowners that are getting it. And it just seems to make sense that one piece of paper thrown into a calendar, even if it just 5 people get it. I mean, when I looked at the last agenda, I think there were 20 people looking for senior exemptions. Anyway, that's my Councilman Ricks and I were on the committee for years, and the same thing kept getting discussed. How do you get it in the hands of the taxpayers? So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
I have a follow-up question. Christy, this probably isn't for you, but what department does the design and assembles the calendar?
Tourism.
What?
Tourism.
Tourism.
Mhm.
Who's the closest to someone who could speak on that?
Me? Well, what's your question? Let's see if we can answer it. Because we do work together.
Is the calendar already designed for this year?
I don't believe so. There's still an open call for photos and things like that. So I don't think that it's not finished. It's not due at the printer until the beginning to mid-October. So there's time to work on it.
Okay, great. So we have, for several years, discussed the idea that Ms. Sheridan raised. Can we make a formal request here that in some little box on some part of the calendar that the tax exemptions like the circuit breaker and the senior citizen exemption be listed, or at least some notification of where to go to find those?
Without having the calendar in front of me to see where it would go, seems like a reasonable request that we could put in for tax exemption questions.
It's like 50 pages.
Contact,
We could,
yeah, tax assessor.
yeah, and can also.
It wouldn't be
my picture.
specifically listed what each exemption is throughout the whole calendar.
I don't think we need it
Right.
in explicit detail, but at least here's where you can go to find out about.
Yeah, it is mostly a sanitation recycling calendar. So it's not a lot of other city services. It doesn't have library hours or things like that in there. So
Whatever consideration could be given to it, I think would be a benefit to the residents.
we
Thank
can
you.
consider that.
May I make one more comment?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Sharon.
The assessor has a one-page concise document that lists all the exemptions, what you have to do to get it. It covers all the bases. So
if we just slip one more page in.
So
even
when we, so, not to interrupt you, but when we add a page, the calendar is 11 by 17. You
I
fold
know
it in
what they
half.
are.
It's
I know
that's
what they
4
are.
pages we have to
I
add.
get one every year. I look forward to the beautiful pictures. But if you just slip one piece of paper in the mailer, done and dusted, as they say.
So what happens with the calendars when they get distributed is they go directly from the printer to the post office. So that would be another expense that we would have had
And
to.
does the post office put the calendar in the envelope?
So I'm going to implement, if I may, you may answer the question. I'm just going to ask that the questions come through the chair.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you. And that also I want to so please re-ask your question to the department.
So my question is, does the post office stuff the envelopes? Or does the printer stuff the envelopes?
Chief.
The producer of the calendar, the printer, stuffs the envelope, addresses it, brings it to the post office for mailing. We will look at and give consideration to this. We can't make a definitive answer today. We'll look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next will be item number 5. This was requested by Councilman Ricks. This is personnel, workers' compensation, self-insured, third-party administrator, or fully insured carrier, found on page 19. Councilman Ricks.
I'm just requesting that this be pulled and assigned to PCR. I will be recusing myself on this one.
Thank you, Councilman. The city clerk, may I have a PCR, please? PCR 85-24. Thank you. Please let it be noted that bid 2022-067 is now PCR 85-24. Are there any discussion from members of this committee? Discussion from members of the council. Councilman Lattiser.
Christie, good job on holding the line on, I'm sorry, Stephen, good job on holding the line on those numbers for the cost of this.
Thank you.
I do have a few questions. In the pricing option, it says unbundled services. It's got cost containment fee, percentage of all savings, and below that, subrogation specialist. And then it has year 1, 18, year 2, 18, year 3, 18, and 17, 17, and 17. What is that? Is that an additional fee? What is that?
Yes, those would be add-on fees. There's 2 that would likely be used sparingly. When the third-party administrator reviews our expenses and finds savings, say that we had been overcharged on a medical bill, they get a reimbursement, and their service for that is 18% of whatever they save. And with the subrogation charges, when we're negotiating a subrogation is when our employees are injured, but there's another party that was either partially or fully responsible for the injury, typically an automobile accident. And the employee can sue the insurance company of the driver. We put in a third-party claim to get part of that back because we're injured by that claim similarly. They never go to court on those things. 2 or 3 years later, you have an agreement between the insurance company, the city, and the claimant as to what's a reasonable result of this claim. And whatever the city gets, the PMA will take 17% of that as their fee for being a part of that negotiation and securing that subrogation.
So in the end, it doesn't result in an increase to us on the 44,676.
No, that set fee is the same for all 3 years.
The other question I have is, It says annual flat fee shall apply. The flat fee, I'm assuming, is 13,575, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It says annual flat fee shall apply beginning with the 11th claim and for every claim thereafter. $850 will be charged for each lost time claim. Have we ever gotten to that point?
No, I'm glad you pointed that out because that was one of the first things I asked. It's over, that's if something were to occur and there were over 10 claimants for one incident. And thankfully, we've never come close. I think we've had, since I've been here, we've had 2 people injured in one incident. But that's what would happen if it was and it would be probably a catastrophic claim. So if we put in one claim, those added fees, if it goes over the 10 claimants in one claim, those added fees would apply.
So it'd be 10 injuries in one incident.
One incident, yeah.
Okay, all right. That certainly clears that up.
Yeah, I jumped on that when I saw that. I was, what are you talking about?
You should have called me. Thanks.
Let's just say I have a direct
Thank you.
line. Let's just say I have a direct line into the fellow I negotiated this with.
Thank you. That's all, Chairman.
Are there any further questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next is bid 2025-178, Warwick Fire Department, code red. Thank you. May I have a recommendation for PCR 85-24, formerly bid 2022?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, clerk. Now we are on to bid 2025-178, Warwick Fire Department, found on page 42. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Assistant Chief Humbert Health from the Fire Department.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
So I think this is a fantastic resource for the residents. It's great that we continue to keep it up, and it's actually great that we continue to use it. A number of the neighborhood associations that have a newsletter that communicate with their folks, I know are pushing people to enroll. My question, and you may not have it here, but maybe just as a follow-up, is are we continuing to see enrollment grow in this? Are we moving the needle? Are we getting this out to more folks? And if not, do you have thoughts about other ways that we can, get more folks associated to this? Because, with climate and storms and all the other things that we have going on, it's a tremendous benefit to be able to get information out in real time to the residents.
Yeah, traditionally, it is posted on the website. I believe it's on the fire department section of the city website and the EMA section that shows where and how to sign up. It has the link. I know the emergency management agency, the Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency pushes it on their ends. It's a same system, so anything that populates for them will also populate our system. But typically we see a big jump unfortunately, during disasters and when storms come in. So when we have a threat of a hurricane coming in or we have a bad snowstorm, we see a big spike in people signing up because they want to get the notifications. Thankfully, we haven't had them over the last year or two, anything significant. So I will check. I have access to the system. I'll go in and check to see what the numbers have been like over the last 12 or 24 months and see if there's a spike. And if we don't see much as far as that is concerned, we'll think of some ways to maybe get that word back out again.
Yeah, that's great. I'm sure it gradually grows as people see it, and then around storms. I'm just wondering if there's anything else that we've done historically that led to growth in enrollment, because obviously it's a flat fee. There's no per message or per user cost to us, at least from what I can see in the contract provided.
Yeah, and it's multifaceted too. The subscriber part of it is just one facet of the notification system. Actually, Verizon provides the rest of it. So anybody who signs up for a landline or has a home phone, it's automatically subscribed into it.
Okay.
And same for businesses, are automatically subscribed into it. And it also uses that iPause system, which is the public warning system. So that public warning system you get on your phone, that goes to non-subscribers. So if you live in North Carolina, you happen to be driving through Warwick when we send one of these messages out, we can elect to have that alert your phone, even though you're not a subscriber here. So if you're on the iPause system, even if you don't sign up for the notification system, you still may get those warnings if they're urgent enough that I want everybody who has the iPause system on their phone to be activated.
Great. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from this committee? Are there questions from members of the council? Are there questions from the public? Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Next will be item number 12, which is bid 2025-136. I received a request, but to amend, correct? This is the one we wish to amend? Thank you. So let's begin with calling a PCR. City Clerk, may I have a PCR on bid 2025-136? Thank you. PCR 86-24. And good evening, Christy. How are you?
Good evening, Kristen Moretti, Public Works.
Could you tell us what the amendment would be, please?
I am only amending the budget code for the amount related to Ward 7. It should be charged to 510-05717.
Okay, thank you. And that's going to replace the, correct me if I'm wrong, the 510-63380, or did I say the numbers wrong?
It is only 63380.
Oh, okay. And that's being taken off?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you much. So I have some questions about this. And actually, Councilman Ricks, before we talk, this is your ward and also Councilman Lattiser's ward. Would you like to state anything about this project?
Excuse me, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Chairman.
sorry. Yes.
It's Council President McAllister. Ward 7.
This is just
Oh,
to,
thank you. Thank
yeah.
you. Would you like to say anything about the project with your ward? Thank you. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you. I was, for a moment there, I thought that it was Council President McAllister, that particular ARPA project. If you could refresh my recollection as to which item we are on.
So, but I have in here that it's Ward 2. Am I wrong, or is that an arrow? Okay, that's okay. Then I apologize.
Quite
Then
all
I
right, yeah.
apologize.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Council President.
So what happened was our swing set in Arnold's Neck came in under budget and $5,000 under budget and on time. So we were able to, so that was federal ARPA funds. So that's why we're going to pay it out of that account now instead of a different account.
So but it is a project for Ward 2 and Ward 7?
No, this clarification that Chrissy just did, she just changed the budget code, which was
Okay.
going to come for the pay for the Ward 7 project itself.
Thank you, because in the letter,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
It's the welcome signs for Ward 2, and there's an additional one for Ward 7 for the Arnold's Neck waterfront. That's what this bid is related to. Originally, we had assigned budget code 63380 for the Ward 7 sign.
Yep.
As Council President just stated, he ended up with additional ARPA funds. So we're just switching his budget code from the 63380 to his ward ARPA funds. And the other, it's a total of 3 signs. So the other 2 signs do actually belong to Ward 2.
okay, so there you go. Okay. So, Council President, did you have anything further to add, or are you all set?
Nope, I'm good. Christy did a good job explaining it. We're getting a nice new welcome sign to go along with the brand new swing set that came in on time and under budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. And also, pardon my confusion there. I was distracted by the Ward 7 because I didn't previously realize that that was also part of the same item. So these 2 welcome signs, we had a survey, invited all residents of Ward 2 to participate, and these 2 were particularly popular. One of them is replacing the existing welcome sign to Pilgrim Park on the Fairfax, what I call the Fairfax Island between Fairfax Drive and Post Road. The existing sign has been there for well over a decade. There's a member of the community who goes out there every year and helps to maintain it, but despite all of the best efforts, it is a matter of time. It is showing its age after all of these years, so it's going to be very nice to see that shiny new replacement. The other welcome sign is on the island over by where Partition and Easton split. This is also one of those intersections, similarly by a stoplight. It gets a lot of traffic, and that particular sign is going to welcome neighbors to Pilgrim and Spring Green, because this is one of those neighborhoods or pairs of neighborhoods that different people do have different opinions on where one neighborhood begins and one neighborhood ends. I put the survey out there, and the option of having both names on the sign, that was the most popular. I honestly didn't know how that survey would turn out, but that's another reason why I put the survey out there, because there was, in my opinion, a lack of clarity on that particular topic. So put it out there to the people and got that answer. So we're going to have that sign go up and have a physical marker for community pride for those two neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. If you don't mind, I'd like to gauge you with a question. So this is something that you took a lot of time to plan for, this project?
I did, thank you.
And you put a lot of time into it, talking to the neighbors, gauging the neighbors who are Ward 2 residents?
Right, right.
You didn't come into Ward 3 and ask?
No. Generally speaking, I tend to stick to discussions of these things with Ward 2 residents, and I know that all of us on the council, when it comes to things big or small, we go around up and down every street, talk to anybody who will talk to us.
Takes a lot of time, a lot of talking, a lot of walking, many months, many years, correct?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
In this situation, I actually, let's see, I believe that the final tally was 347 responses from across Ward 2. But I know that whether it's, I'll just hypothetically put out there, a no parking this side sign or something much larger, a lot of people might drive by that sign, something of that nature, and not think twice about it. But anyone on the city council, I think they see a sign like that and they understand that, okay, a responsible city councilor probably knocked on every single door on that whole street to get opinions before a simple no parking this side sign went up, along with, of course, going through the whole city council process of the traffic study and the council hearings and the like. So I appreciate you raising this, because every city council member here, I know, puts a lot of work into everything that comes up before this city council in order to really have their finger on the pulse of what is it that most people in that area really want.
That's a key term right there. What is it that most people that live in the area that are affected by the actions of that area, what do they really and mostly want? That is a key, strong term. I'm going to ask you to remember that later, and also remind you that what you said about, you put a lot of time in. Over 300 people were questioned on what to do. You put a lot of time in that. Were you required to go to the planning board for this? Did you have to go to an outside council board to get approval for this?
No.
You're lucky. Did you have to go through, hire lawyers and retain lawyers to get this approved, to make sure everything was done legally?
No.
Oh, it's very much on topic, but thank you, City Clerk. So you're very lucky. You're very lucky, but you did your job as a council person, and wouldn't it be a shame if no phone calls, someone just out of the blue stalled it on you? But thank you so much. Are there any further questions from members of this committee? Are there any further questions from members of this council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Thank you. Is there a recommendation from this committee?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilman Lattiser, you requested bid 2025-173, DPW purchase 1 solar speed sign for Ward 5. This is found on page 56. Councilman?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. As you can see, it's a Ward 5 issue, and it's pertaining to 1 solar speed sign. This sign is going to be installed on Meadowview Avenue as you leaving Harbor Lights. I have received numerous calls regarding speeding issues over there, and this sign would certainly help to cut down on some of that speeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
Do you foresee residents in Ward 9 being able to see the light from the solar speed sign in our area?
If they do, I'll put a shade over it.
Do you foresee us being able to hear any noise from the sign that you are erecting in Ward 5?
Well, it depends who's trying to mess around with it.
All right, and then I think we're good.
Other than that, I don't anticipate a whole lot of noise.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of this committee? Are there questions from members of the council? I'd like to go back on this. Now, I was reading Councilman Lattiser, the documents on this, and I actually have a question for the purchasing director, if you don't mind. On page 59, on the 3rd bullet point down, this may seem petty. Oh, not the purchasing, I'm sorry. The DPW purchasing, I apologize. On the 3rd bullet down, this may seem petty, as many things are. It says all products are American made. Is there a certificate guaranteeing that all the products that come with that item, and does it specify exactly which items are American made?
I apologize. I don't see, are we talking about the solar speed sign?
We're talking about bid 2025-173. It is on page 59.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
3rd bullet
Sorry.
point, or 2nd bullet point down, right above 3-year warranty on sign.
I don't,
Okay,
but I'm sure the vendor could provide one if necessary.
right. My question, thank you so much. So I'm unsure about that. And Councilman, is there a traffic study supporting this request?
For the other 30 signs that are out there. So
Right,
no
no.
traffic study was done, nor
Absolutely.
is any traffic study required.
No, you're absolutely right. It's not required. You didn't have to go to the planning board for this, did you?
So what's your point, Chairman?
I'm asking you a question. You didn't have to go to the planning board
No.
for this, right?
No.
Okay.
I didn't.
And if there were questions that could have been asked, they could have been called and asked, correct? If there were any concerns.
If someone felt like calling me, they could, sure.
Yeah, okay. If I had a question, I could have called you, correct?
Anytime you'd like.
There you go. Same way, same way. Wonderful. May I request a PCR on this item, please? Oh, wait, before I do that, is there any questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. May I have a PCR on this item? Thank you. That concludes PCR 83-24 resolution relative to bids. We are on to PCR 80. Oh, I apologize. The PC. That's true.
I know.
I move favorable action.
Move favorable action on PCR 87-24.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. Next is PCR 84-24, resolution relative to abatements. Good evening.
Good evening. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. This month, we have abatements for you in the amount of $8,580.
Hold on one second.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the last vote that was taken was a vote on the bid 2025-173 that was pulled, which is now PCR 8724. We still have to vote the consent calendar as a whole. And I would also just put it out there, you wanted to follow up on last time if there were any members of the public that had any other bids to be added.
Thank you. So we will go back to PCR 80. Thank you. PCR 83-24 resolution relative to bids. We're going back to that. And I will ask once again if there's any items on the bid package that members of the public would like to discuss. Thank you. Hearing none.
Move favorable action.
On
Second.
PCR 8724, I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. Yes. Neil?
Good
Director, so I apologize. So now we're on to PCR 84-24, and if you don't mind, please start again.
Absolutely. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. This month, we have abatements for you in the amount of $8,580.80. They're all new applications that were eligible but had not applied before the tax bills went out on July 1st, but I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there any comments from members of the council? Are there any questions, comments from members of the public? May I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you.
Aye.
Next is item number 3, PCR 77-24, formerly bid 25115, water tank rental site.
Hello, Eric Earls, Public Works.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening. So this is for the rental I'm sorry, I am not prepared for this. This is for the water tank rental on Warwick Neck Ave. We had discussed it last time. It's this year, it was $2,000 a month, and that was June to November. In December, it goes up to $21,180 for a year, and then the subsequent year, it goes up to $21,8545.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Director. I'm all set.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the public? Thank you. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. PCR 81-24, resolution relative to issuing requests for proposal on community projects. This is a continuation, Council President McAllister, this is just a continuation of what we've been doing to continue the ARPA projects for each ward.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. This is the next request to go out to go out on these specific projects in Ward 3, Ward 5, Ward 6, Ward 7, and Ward 9. And these are for requests for proposals for those particular projects. Ward 3, Sand Pond Pathways Improvements. Ward 3, Mickey Stevens Park Improvements. Ward 5, northbound near Harbor Lights, Marina, Meadowview Ave, solar power display signs. Ward 6, City Park and Buttonwoods beach sign. Ward 7, portable heating lights. Ward 9, Ives Road entrance to Sandy Point Beach bike rack. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any questions, comments from members of this committee for this PCR? Questions, comments from this council? Questions, comments from the public? May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. The time is now 6 o'clock and the Warwick Finance Committee is closed.
The next committee to meet is the Public Properties Committee, but that cannot start until 6:50. So we will see you back here at 6:50. Thank you.
Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to orders. First up, we have acceptance of the minutes dated August 19, 2024. Do we have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
One item on the agenda. Item 1 is PCO-8-24, order on the abandonment of portions of Strawberry Field Road, Murray Street, Bunker Street, and Fieldview Drive, Rhode Island Airport Corporation petitioner. This is Councilman Howe. It is up for first passage. Public hearing continued. Do we have a recommendation to open public hearing at the full council meeting?
I'd like to make that motion.
Thank you.
He can't make a motion. He's not on the committee.
We have the recommendation. Do we have a motion from the committee?
Move to public hearing at the full council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That concludes the agenda for this committee. We'll see you back at 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is correct. We will start the full city council meeting at 7 o'clock. We will see you then. Good evening, everyone. I call the September 4th, 2024 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Bowling?
Here.
Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Hall?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Riggs?
Here.
Mr. Stanley? Ms. Travis?
Here.
8 present.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ricks, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening again. We're now under general communications. This is the announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. I have one, and I would like to request a moment of silence for I.J. Valanis. Mr. Valanis was a longtime Warwick resident, a member of St. Greg's Church in Coesit. He has 3 sons, all went through the Warwick Public Schools system, and his wife, his widow, lives in Coesit still to this day in a house that they've owned for over 40 years. So if I could have a moment of silence for Mr. Valanis, please. Thank you. Are there any other council members have anything under general communications, announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Along the same, I'm going to request a moment of silence for one of my neighbors and quite honestly, a great neighbor, Mr. Bob Angeli. Mr. Angeli passed away, unfortunately, about a week ago after a long battle in hospice. And he, as he told me many times, he's just so grateful he can rejoin his wife. He's the father who raised 4 boys, very involved in local sports, a loyal Warwick resident, was in sales, traveled, but still always came home to Warwick. So I respectfully request a moment of silence for Mr. Bob Angeli.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence at this time. Thank you. Any other council people have anything under general communications? Okay, hearing none, we'll now move on to executive communications from Peter Schaefer, the City Finance Director, to present the 5-year forecast, informational only. And then we'll turn the mic on.
Mr. President?
Yes, Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, sir. I'd like to request a parliamentary inquiry, please.
Okay.
So I want to get it on the record that I disagree with the manner in which this presentation is going to take place. I think that is a disservice to the taxpayers and to the public. And I had inquired with our legal counsel earlier this evening regarding a motion to suspend council rules and have this be an open hearing where people can ask questions and get answers. And I'm advised that that is not possible without being in violation of the Open Meetings Act because of the way this was posted for an informational meeting only. So again, I just want to say I think that this is something that would have better served the public if this were an open conversation and questions and answers could be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. In July, I distributed a 5-year forecast to the council, which I had prepared for the mayor and filed with the state in compliance with state law. This is the 3rd year I've distributed the report to the council. In summary, the report projects operating surpluses in fiscal year 29 of from 9.4 million to deficits of 35.4 million based upon the assumptions summarized in the report. This is after factoring in new school debt service requirements in both scenarios. And I did a best case, worst case scenario, as I did last year. Obviously, the debt service cost increases are the major challenge. This challenge was disclosed before the voters approved a $350 million bond and before the council acted to give final approval to the initiative. And I can recall you, Mr. Council President, saying that the residents have to understand that there will be a cost. While this will be a challenge, I don't believe it to be insurmountable. We had good news last week when we sold school bonds at an interest rate of 3.81% at competitive sale, well below the 4.5% incorporated in the forecast. 3 council members have raised questions directly with me about the report. First, Councilman Gephardt asked about the employee benefits projection for fiscal year 26 in the worst case scenario, which increased more than the indexed assumption. And the answer is that the mayor's 2025 budget for employee benefits allocated $2 million in health insurance reserves to help cover those costs. This is a non-recurring resource which will need to be replaced in the following year. Second, he questioned the other revenue increase in fiscal year 26. This is because the forecast now incorporates speed camera revenues of $3 million in fiscal year 2026, based upon the actions of the council in approving this initiative. And I'm comfortable after dealing with the police department and spending time researching this issue with Pawtucket, Central Falls, Providence, other places that have had this initiative, that's a conservative estimate. When I was responding to him, I noticed an error in the best case scenario where he had not incorporated those 2 adjustments to the final forecast. I transmitted a revised forecast with this correction, which moderately improved the best case projection, and distributed this to the council and the state in August. So the state has that revised forecast. There was no change to the worst case scenario from what you originally saw in July. Second, Councilman Foley asked how this forecast compared with previous year's forecast. And it's a good question because the latest forecast is better than the previous forecast. For example, the deficit projection for fiscal year 26 in the new forecast is reduced by over $10 million compared to last year's forecast. This is partly because of the speed camera initiative, which we've included as revenues, but also because baseline results in the most recent year, both revenues and expenses, have been better than previously forecast, and because the property tax levy and other revenues have increased by more than the 1% index assumption, but nowhere near the 4% statutory cap. Both the last 2 years, we've had tax levy increases of over 1%, but well below the 4%. I was also asked by Councilman Lattiser why the forecast ended in fiscal year 29. This is the state statutory requirement, and I can refer you to the state law that requires everyone to do this, although frankly, not everyone does it. There's no penalty if you don't do it. I think less than half of the municipalities prepare this, but I think it's the right thing to do, and we've done it. He asked some classification questions. All I can say is the classifications in this 5-year forecast are identical to what you saw in the budget. So that if you go to revenues, whether it's property taxes, state aid, other revenues, license and fees, the categories are identical to what's the framework of this 5-year forecast. I was asked why the existing debt service goes down. There's 2 components in this forecast. There's our existing debt service that's already outstanding, and we're paying off debt every year. So it's going to drop over the 5-year period. The big challenge for us is the new debt service for both the 56 million for elementary and middle schools and for the major 350 million 2 high school project. So that's the big challenge for us here. He asked about the OPEB contribution, and that probably could have been clearer in the report, but the OPEB contribution, and we passed an ordinance that requires continuing contributions to OPEB. That's combined with the pension contributions, and that's the way the actuary structured it. So that you take your pension contributions, and you take your OPEB contributions, and the claims experience that you have on your retiree health benefits, and you increase that by 2.5% each year. And that's the way this is structured in this forecast. He asked about the lease purchase payments. And by the way, thanks to ARPA, we haven't had to do any lease purchase since the first year I was here. So that's a declining cost, but it's incorporated as part of the debt service. The existing debt service, and you can go to the debt service page in your budget, and you'll see that along with regular bonded debt service, we also have the lease purchase. So that's incorporated here as part of the forecast. And then the question that's common from him, and I respect this question, but what is the projected tax rate changes? Now Neil is now working on the full revaluation. You'll see people out there, maybe you already have, so that we're going to have a full revaluation as of 12/31/24, and the values almost certainly will up. So I can almost be certain to say that the rate will drop substantially next year. Who knows? Then there will be an update at the end of the period, 3 years later. Who knows what will happen then? So I can't give you an answer. What I can tell you is what I disclosed, which we had an advertisement in the paper, the mayor and I signed it before the vote, was that the cost of the debt service, the net cost of the debt service after the state aid, would be approximately $11.9 million after the state aid. The continuing cost of the debt service for the high schools and for the high schools borrowing. And that's about 5% of the tax levy. So that's the kind of challenge we have, is that amount. The assumptions of the school spending are the most challenging. And we really, the mayor and I, going through the budget process, we need to hold their feet to the fire on this. We've assumed either a 3.5% or 3% increase in spending by the schools, less 1% for decline in enrollments. And that's what the forecast is. Annual declines in enrollment of 1%. And that's a challenge for them, but we need the resources to pay the debt service for the high schools. And I think that's a reasonable assumption to make. Warwick Public Schools is aware of the assumption. They did get more state aid this past year. From my looking at what actions they took, Most of the additional state aid they put into capital items, there's maybe a $200,000 increase in personal services when they reallocated their budget after the state aid numbers were known. I would say that the most challenging part of this forecast is the last 2 years, fiscal year 29, which is the last year, but also fiscal year 30. Because if you look at the tables, and then they're saying whether it's best or worst case, that's when we're assuming that we're going to get the state reimbursement of 55%. But the timing of that is the thing that I don't have all the answers on. Because as you know, and we had a 9-0 vote here on supporting legislation that would start reimbursing us before project completion. And I'm going to talk to the mayor because we should redo that again, because it referred to a specific legislation that is now no longer operative in the General Assembly. So we should do that at least very beginning of the calendar year to support that. But another ingredient here is this, and I think Councilman Gephardt was at the forum a week or so ago, and the strategy here is that they're going to build the new toll gate and the new Pilgrim, and then the following year they're going to tear down the old schools and build the fields. And the question is, and I can't get a straight answer, and the OPM needs to get involved in this. I've communicated with the state, I've copied Steve Gothberg and other people, will we meet the test for project completion when the schools are built? Or do we have to have both projects done? And the lag will be a very substantial amount of money of us paying debt service and then getting a big balloon payment afterwards, which was the concern when we were trying to support legislation that would start reimbursing us as during the construction period. So that's where I'm most concerned is the end of this decade, what rules the state is going to apply for certifying project completion. And I'm concerned that they may not pay all the incentives. If we try to certify just the two buildings without the playing fields, that they may penalize us on the incentive bonus. And that's something that I need to work on and get some answers on. So that really completes my presentation. There's a range of possibilities here. There's always are. We don't know what's going to happen to the economy. We don't know what's going to happen to inflation, real estate prices. So we have a range of possibilities here, which I think is the right way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Next up on the agenda is A, the acceptance of the minutes from the council meeting held on August 19th. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, next up on the agenda is the announcements of appointments. There are none. Number 2 is the appointments requiring confirmation. There are none. Number 3 is the consent calendar. First up is PCR 83-24, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2025-172, 2025-156, 2025-179, 2025-133, 2025-080, 2025-137, 2025-177, 2025-178, 2025-149, 2025-171, 2025-136, 2025-173, 2025-176, 2025-176, 2024-088. One moment, Mr. President. Correction, so I read 2025-173. I withdraw that from the bid package. Other than that, that completes the bid package, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much. So just make a note there that bid 2025173, that's going to be a PCR, which we'll vote on separately. So that is not part of this consent calendar. Are there any questions from members of the council that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Okay, hearing none. Number 2, PCR 84-24, resolution relative to abatements. Councilman Howe.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
The committee recommend favorable action on the presentation by the Director Dupuy.
For $8,580.80.
Yes, Mr. President.
Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on the consent calendar.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. Consent calendar passes. Councilman Howe, I believe 3 items have been removed from the consent calendar.
Yes, Mr. President. The first item was formally, first it was favorable action.
And that is 2022067 is now PCR 85-24. Moved favorable. Do we have a second? A second by Councilman Foley. I believe Councilman Ricks asked for this to be pulled off. He's going to recuse. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Abstain.
Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. The motion passes. The second item that was removed from the finance consent calendar, Councilman Howe.
Formerly bid 2025-136, now PCR 86-24.
The recommendation was?
Favorable action.
And for action, Councilman Howe?
Favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. And I believe this is to amend the Ward 7 budget code from 63380 to 51 to budget code 510-05712. So it's just moving where the funds are going to come out of a different line item.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Oh, and do we have a second on the amendment? The second by Councilman Foley. Any questions on the amendment? Okay. The clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes to amend.
And then do we have a motion for favorable as amended?
Favorable as amended.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions from members of the council? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action as amended.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, as amended.
Thank you. Councilman Howe, the last item that was removed from the consent calendar.
Bid 2025-173 is now PCR 87-24. Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments on this item? Councilman Howe.
Just very quickly, I think this is a wonderful initiative put forward by Councilman Lattiser. Had I had any questions on it, I would have called him, and because I do respect the boundaries of his ward, and therefore I commend the councilman on doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. And that completes the finance docket. So now we're moving to unfinished business. So first up is PCO 8-24, in order of abandonment of portions of Strawberry Field Road, committee report, land use.
Recommend open public hearing.
Okay, for action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action, open and public hearing.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Gephardt and Councilman Lattiser. All those in favor to reopen the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So just to reset here, so before us here is PCO 8-24. We are in the public hearing. So going to ask if any members of the public or anyone presenting would clearly state their name for the record. We have the stenographer here again this evening, and speak slowly and into the microphone. How we run the public hearings here in the city of Warwick is I will ask, is there anyone here to present this petition to the city council? They will then present this petition. Then I will ask the administration if they have any comments on the petition. Then members of the council will be able to ask questions. And then we will ask members of the public if they would like to be heard on this. 3 times I will ask, is there anyone here to speak in favor of the project? Then after all those speakers, I will go to the next. I will ask, is there any individuals here that would like to speak against this project? We will ask that 3 times. And then we'll also provide an opportunity, and I will ask 3 times, is anyone that would just like to be heard on this project? And individuals will have an opportunity to speak at that point as well. So that is how we will continue to run this public hearing. So at this time, is there someone here to present PCO 8-24 to the City Council?
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. My name is Brittany Morgan. I am Senior Vice President and Chief Legal Counsel for the petitioner, the Rhode Island Airport Corporation, on this matter. Thank you all for having us here this evening. I am joined by my colleagues who previously appeared in front of the council, Acting Senior Vice President of Infrastructure, Ms. Dawn Miniker, Assistant Vice President of Media and Government Relations, Mr. John Goodman, and we also have our consultant, Stantec, who worked on this petition for abandonment, as well as our sub-consultant and the appraiser, Mr. Peter Scotti. And so I do understand that there were questions raised at the last council meeting. So I am here in my capacity as legal counsel for the petitioner to present this in front of the council this evening. I would like to note for the record that we did receive the comments from the council during the August 19th meeting. One of the questions related to the appraisal. Mr. Scotti, our appraiser, did review his appraisal and confirm his methodology is correct per his professional standards. We also reviewed, and out of an abundance of caution, although we felt we did not need to legally under our master lease, we did notice the Rhode Island Department of Transportation as an abutter. We do technically lease the airport property from the Rhode Island Department of Transportation. Again, full belts and suspenders, as the saying goes, we did notice the Rhode Island Department of Transportation as an abutter. However, if there are additional questions, either myself or my colleagues and our consultants are prepared to answer them.
Thank you very much. At this time, does the administration have anything to present? Okay. So we'll open it up to members of the council. Any questions on PCO 8-24 at this time? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So first, let me preface my questions/comments to the fact that this isn't just about a berm, and it's not just a ward issue. And I realize Chairman Howe has put a lot of time and effort into the issue on the berm, but I think this is a much bigger issue. We're talking about the value of property. We're talking about abandoning city streets. We're talking about lots of things that are beyond a ward issue. And I am a believer in not playing in someone else's sandbox when it's strictly a sandbox issue. With that said, I visited the site, I believe it was last Friday, and I was, to say surprised at what I saw is putting it mildly. to say that I see things that have occurred that indicate to me that there was a presumption of approval for this abandonment. And what I saw was a substantial amount of activity by the Airport Corporation, which blocked off city roads that we had not abandoned. You have posted signs that say private property. You have blocked off public access to at least 2 or 3, I think, of these areas. And doing this sends a message to me that you're of the belief that this is a done deal. To take that level of effort to put 6 feet high by 10 feet or whatever wide, hundreds of truckloads of dirt across property you did not control or property that this city council hadn't abandoned. That is very concerning to me. The perception of it is very concerning to me. The berm is not my major issue. By standing there for an hour, whether or not the berm is going to work, that'll certainly be up to the residents. I know what I experienced when I was there. To say that I am just going to rubber stamp a $409,000 purchase price for over 3 acres of land without visiting this area and without doing my due diligence, it's not going to happen. I think people should have already realized that. I asked about an application for a permit, and I was presented with a fiscal alteration application that had been approved back in April 26th. I question whether or not you had the approval, or even who would have given you that approval, to literally put up a wall, sand wall, across all of this still owned city property. In addition to that, there's a large section of road after it was blocked off that has literally been excavated. You've already dug up the road. You removed the asphalt. Those are very concerning to me. In this fiscal alteration application, it says owner to ensure that contractor, which means the Airport Corporation overseeing the contractor. Can you tell me if all of those requirements that are in there have been completed? In other words, sorry?
Oh, sorry. Finish your question.
Some of them are very simple. Some of them require certain things. So has the Airport Corporation notified DigSafe? And do you have a DigSafe ticket number? Have you applied by the DigSafe regulations and notified the water department? And if so, on what date? Those are the things that I'm referring to. Have all of those things been completed?
Sure, I will call Ms. Miniker up, who can address your questions related, those specific questions related to the project.
So yes, I have the physical alteration permit.
If you could
that-
just introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Dawn Miniker, the Acting Senior Vice President of Infrastructure for the Rhode Island Airport Corporation. So yes, our contractor, Di Gregorio, has coordinated with all of the city agencies, with the water department specifically, as you noted below. And DigSafe is a requirement by our construction contract.
Oh, I fully realize what DigSafe requirements are. My question was, have you ascertained a permit from DigSafe? Do you have a DigSafe ticket permit number? Because on this alteration physical application that I have, it doesn't have any of those items checked off or indicated.
Correct. So at the time that the permit was granted to us, we did not do any work. So I will have to get that information to you.
So this just continues to become more concerning to me. This permit was given to you folks on April 26th. Since that time, you've removed asphalt off a street, you've blocked off numerous city roads, and you have put in hundreds of trucks of gravel across city property. And you're telling me that we don't know if these other requirements have been completed. So where did the airport corporation get that idea that this was going to happen, that this city council was just going to approve the abandonment of these streets, and thus the airport corporation decided we're going to go ahead and do all of this. We're going to block off roads. We're going to put signs up that say do not enter. It's not even property that you own. You literally took over thousands of feet of property that encompassed some of your property and also the very public roads that you're looking for this city council to abandon. Where did that idea come from that it was okay to go ahead and do this without the approval of the city council?
So with this permit, that allowed us to move the excavated material. Should the road abandonments not be approved by the city council, we will remove that material and restore the roads to existing condition or better.
This fiscal alteration gave you permission to block off roads that you don't own, to apply this gravel across city roads that we have not abandoned and you don't own. In your opinion, that this gives you the authority to do that?
Yes, we also shared the road closure documentation with the city as part of this permit, which was approved.
Was approved by whom?
The planning department and the Department of Public Works, Mr. Eric Henninger.
They approved you doing all of this work on roads that had not been abandoned. Matter of fact, hadn't even come before this council yet.
Correct.
They gave
And
you the
that
approval
was
to do
what
that.
we coordinated with the city. They approved this. They were aware of the situation, that we are also pursuing the road abandonment. And again, should the abandonment not get approved by the city council, we will remove the berm and restore the road to existing conditions or better.
And I heard that the attorney for RIAC stated that you've revisited that appraisal. And what was that appraisal value based on? Was that based on the overall value of the entire property, or was that based upon just some square footage numbers?
Sure. So I will have, as I mentioned, we have in attendance our subconsultant and the appraiser, Mr. Peter Scotti, who can come up and provide his methodology to you.
Good evening, sir. Just when you get settled, just give your name and title for the record, please.
Sure. Peter M. Scotti, Scotti. I'm a certified general appraiser, state of Rhode Island and Massachusetts.
You got to put the mic right up. It's very difficult to hear in here. Yeah. Thank you. You're a little bit taller than them.
I'm a certified general appraiser in the state of Rhode Island and Massachusetts. I hold the MAI designation, which is the highest designation you can obtain as a real estate appraiser, and I've been appraising real estate in Rhode Island since about 1974, commercial, industrial, residential, etc. I was hired as a subcontractor by Stantec Corporation, which is a contractor with RIAC, and we were asked to value the roadways that would be abandoned. We valued them as we do all roadway abandonments, which is, I'm not sure if it's statute in Warwick, but it is in many other municipalities throughout the state. You value the property as if it's attached to the properties that abut it. Otherwise, you would be valuing a 50-foot wide, 100-foot long parcel that really wouldn't have much utility. So basically the way you do it is you look at the entire parcel. So in this instance, we had a bit over 17 acres, including 3.5 acres or so of city road, 17.72 acres in total, 3.5 acres of roadway. Now the land in question, the roadways abut, all but one small portion of Strawberry Field Road, all fall within the R7 residential zone. Now, since all those lots were acquired through FAA funding, residential use has been extinguished on those lots. You can't build residences, you can't use them for residences. So that left us with two choices. One, we could appraise the land as unbuildable residential land, which would give you a value of, 25 or 30 or 40 cents an acre, a square foot, which we thought was not in keeping with the highest and best use of the property. So we looked to the comprehensive plan, future land use map, and to be abutting parcels. And the airport proper itself, or at least a portion of abutting Strawberry Field Road, is zoned LI, light industrial. The comprehensive plan, future land use map, identifies the subject area for future use as light industrial. So we very simply look for comparable sales of light industrial zoned parcels that were similar in size, similar in configuration, and this is a nice rectangular shaped parcel. Certainly can sustain significant construction on it. I think we figured about 175,000 square feet of building in total. And we went about looking for sales. Now, we had to go back, I think, as far as 2021 to find some light industrial sales to compare to the subject. But we did. We found 4 sales, one in Cumberland, one in West Warwick. They're all enumerated in the appraisal report. Do you have a copy of the appraisal report? I'm sure the RIAC can provide you with one. But the comps start on...
At least not handy anyways.
We do. It's in our folders.
It's in the folders.
We have it.
Okay.
So the comps start on page 47. They're all written up. We had Mendon Road in Woonsocket, which is up in the Highland Industrial Park. We had a piece down in North Kingston, down by the the West Kingston train station where that industrial area is was a good piece. We had Comstock Industrial Park in Cranston, which is another good piece. And finally, we had Keys Way in West Warwick. So we had 4 good sales. We wrote them up, we put them on a grid. We adjusted them for date of sale, potential use, size, utilities, etc., and came to basically a range of value after adjustment of 243 to 294 per square foot. We concluded to 265 a square foot, and came up with 409,000 for the city streets. And that's basically what we did.
So for the record, this report you indicated,
I can't really.
it was in my folder on my desk tonight.
Yeah, it should be a report dated, the effective date is March 8th, 2024. The report date is May 20th, 2024. And it's addressed to Janice E. Bland, Senior Associate with Stantec Consulting. They were our client.
Mr. Scotty, did I understand you, and it's a little difficult to hear sometimes in this chamber, are you an aviator, appraiser, consultant?
Am I I didn't hear you, sir.
Aviation appraiser, consultant?
An aviation appraiser consultant. We have done a great number of aviation easements. We've done work for the airport. We've done work for the city. You know, we get paid whether the client likes the number or they don't like the number. Doesn't make any difference to us. We're going to tell you exactly what we think, and our job is to tell you what we think and why we think it. And I think if you read that appraisal report, I think you'll find it a pretty convincing document.
So you also said that because the airport acquired this property, it loses its residential status. Actually, I would like to ask our planning director this question, if I could, Mr. President.
Mr. Kravitz? Good evening.
Hi, Director. Just identify yourself, please.
Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director.
Thank you. With the statement that was just made that when the airport corporation took over this property, that basically that residential zoning went away, does that mean the airport corporation had the right to change the zoning without going through the zoning board process and having that change in zoning approved by the city council?
No, I believe the zoning is still residentially zoned.
So the zoning is still residential?
Right. There's other parts around the airport. Some are even on the tarmac.
Right.
When they relocated Main Avenue, which is still zoned residential. There is some cleaning up of the zoning map that we're working on with RIAC on the northwestern portion across from Airport Road. There's some property that's zoned GC, which should really be probably light industrial as well.
But currently, it's still zoned residential.
Correct.
So why isn't it being appraised at its best use with its current zoning of residential?
I mean, I defer back to the appraiser on questions on, I believe it was highest best use in the appraisal?
Not as residential, he said light industrial.
Basically, the FAA prohibits residential use on that property. It would be much the same if you did a a piece of residential property and you put a conservation easement on it. You know, it can't be, you can't build houses there. So when you look at market value, which is what's a willing buyer willing to pay and what's a willing seller willing to sell for, a willing buyer, if it was, you know, a residential developer, they're not going to pay you anything for it because they can't do anything with it. That's why we looked at it from the perspective of light industrial, because frankly, we didn't want to shortchange the city by appraising it as unusable residential land.
So I think, in my opinion, what's happening is this appraisal is certainly it's a great spot for the airport corporation, but it certainly isn't in the best interest of the city of Warwick. So short of getting this property rezoned, it's still zoned residential. Whether you can build a house on it or not, it's still residential.
Correct.
And you still must comply with the residential zoning laws that apply to residential.
Correct.
And what is the restrictions on residential property for heights of fences, walls, etc.?
Oh, I think it's 35 feet.
It's what?
I believe it's 35 feet.
For
35
residential? For residential?
I believe so.
I never
Let me-
saw a 35-foot fence
let
in
me just
anybody's
look-
yard.
Let me look in the report and find it so I don't give you any erroneous information in the A7 zone.
Councilman, while he looks that up, after this question, we're going to pause and open it up to other council members. Thank you.
In the LI zone, it's 45 feet. The restriction from the airport for height, by our calculations, was about 50 feet. So it would be within the LI zone. I'm not sure in the R7, the A7 zone, whether it's 30 or 35 feet as far as a height restriction. I'm not positive.
But we're talking about a residential zone here.
Yeah, so you could build.
I don't know. I've never seen a 35-foot fence in a residential property.
If you were allowed by the seller to build a residence, you could build a 2.5-story house with no problem. The problem is, much like a conservation easement, the FAA has restricted the use of that portion of land, those parcels of land that they acquired, and will not allow residential construction. So when you're given that situation, you know, conservation easement is a great example of it. That use it's still zoned residential, but it's extinguished. So, I mean, we could value it as residential land that you can't build residences on it, and you're going to go from $2.65 a square foot to 50 cents a square foot. I mean, we're happy to do that calculation if you like.
There's a big difference between a building at 32 or 35 feet and the requirements for a fence. A fence isn't a building.
I'm not sure what you're getting at with requirement for a fence, but I don't
Thank
think that
you,
was addressed
Councilman
in my
Ladd. So we're
report.
going to pause there. Are there any other members of the council that have any questions at this time? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Let's see. I have, I suppose it would be a question to the airport's general counsel. So before I ask a question, I'll just give a little comment. It's a comment that I've made to many people. Sometimes I've been a little bit more alliterative with this, but my view of the airport is it is similar to a black hole in the middle of the city that continues to gobble up houses, businesses, etc. And once those houses, businesses, and anything else is gobbled up, they're not coming back. They are beyond the point of no return. So when we're looking at the city voluntarily conveying land to the airport, and I'm reviewing the deed, one of my concerns is this land going to be used by the airport for anything other than a sound berm? That is, could this conveyance of this piece of land be used by the airport in the future for any kind of structure, anything that would allow it to otherwise expand airport facilities in a way that the airport couldn't have expanded if not for the sale of this land? And can we have assurances on the record that the airport is not in the future going to be using this land for anything of that nature, but only for the purpose of a sound barrier, for the purpose of benefiting the neighborhood?
Sure. So to that question, so the Rhode Island Airport Corporation, like airports around the country, engages in what are known as master plans with the Federal Aviation Administration. We have a master plan that was approved by the FAA back in 2021. The process of that master plan began back as far back as 2016. The RIAC administration worked very closely with members of the public, the city administrations, regarding that master plan. It's a public document posted on our website. It's a very, very public process. It's actually a required public process. And essentially that master plan is a 20-year planning document that looks at possible development of the airport. And so this abandonment that's currently in front of you is a project that was a part of that master plan. So this South Cargo project included, as noted again on that master plan that was developed many years ago in very close coordination with the city, this noise and visual berm, because we understand its importance to the city and the residents of that area. So the petition in front of you is for the abandonment of those rights of way so that we can construct that. We are constructing the other portions of that noise and visual berm that we are able to, that we do have the existing property rights for, again, recognizing the importance of it. And so our master plan has various phases of development, possible development, because again, it's a 20-year document. It has all kinds of, possible development. And so I would, encourage you to look through that document because it does show really all the possible development at the airport, again, for that 20-year period. It's required to show that. And in order for us to carry out those projects, it actually does have to be a part of that master plan.
Do we anticipate that the airport is going to disappear after the 20 years is up?
No.
Okay. So do we have any way of getting assurances, perhaps including in the deed some sort of a conservation easement or something of that nature, an agreement to that, something to the effect that this particular piece of land is not going to have any type of structure that's used for, say, storage or any sort of structure that I suppose structure other than a sound or noise berm, something of that nature, as opposed to say leaving it open-ended where we don't know exactly what the next 20-year plan may involve. And down the road, My concern is that unless there is some sort of legal control here, I don't want to see a situation where the plans moving forward tonight, I think that while some people might have objections to that, I certainly think it is very rational to trade those streets that there are no houses on those portions of the streets that would be conveyed. And I think it's quite rational to have the city basically trading those streets and receiving the amount that is fair market value in the opinion of a professional appraiser in exchange for a noise berm that would benefit the surrounding neighbors. But I don't want to run a risk of that changing 20 years from now, because I'm anticipating that the airport is still going to be there, and hopefully, with any luck, those homeowners, their homes are still going to be where they currently are too.
So as for a deed restriction, the FAA would not allow RIAC to be able to purchase property and have such a deed restriction, because we do have to maintain certain rights and control over the land for possible development. It is something that we are required by our obligations with our regulatory authority, the Federal Aviation Administration. However, like I said, the master plan process that's governed by the FAA is a very public process. So to your point about what does the next master plan look like, we are required by the Federal Aviation Administration to engage with the city and the surrounding community, public notices, public hearings on what that process looks like, because the FAA recognizes the value and importance of that exact community input that you are discussing. So while we can't agree to, a deed restriction, like I said, the Federal Aviation Administration master plan process does provide those assurances on the community input related to future airport development.
And currently, there is no discussion. There is nothing that RIAC is planning, whether as part of or rather part of the master plan, or any discussions of any future master plan of using that land for anything other than the purpose for which it's being presented here tonight, correct?
So the master plan does have possible development in the area. There are not any existing plans as of today's date. There's nothing in design or permitting or anything like that. You will see the master plan again, that 20-year forecast done in 2021. There is various possible developments in that area, but our main concern right now, and the reason that we're here, is again, so that we are able to construct that full noise and visual barrier for the residents in that community. We've been in discussions with the city administration on this for many years, and have been working very closely with the city, Special Councilman Howe, and the residents in public meetings, in public hearings, in community meetings. And so we recognize the importance. And so our purpose here today, again, is that petition for the abandonment, so that we can complete the full construction and not have gaps in the barrier that we are looking to construct.
So just to clarify, I understand that there are plans and discussions regarding that general area, that side of the airport, but all of those discussions, formal, informal, are strictly concerned with future development on land that is currently owned by the airport. So when you refer to that area, there are no discussions, informal, formal, otherwise, about any development other than the noise barrier on this particular, these particular parcels of land, the little bit over 3 acres that we're here discussing tonight, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we have those assurances on the record.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council members have questions at this time? Councilman, let's hear from the public and we'll come back, have another opportunity. So at this time, I'm going to, again, we're going to ask 3 times for each category. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this project? We'll ask that 3 times. those representatives will come up. Then I will ask, is there anyone here to speak against this project? Those individuals will come up. And then I will ask, is anyone here that would like to be heard on this project? And those individuals will come up. I ask that members of the public speak at that podium there so we can have a response here. Chief, would you like to weigh in before we go to the public?
Yes, good evening. Bill Facenti, Chief of Staff to Mayor Frank Picozzi. I just want to remind everyone that we're here to discuss a noise berm that impacts the residents abutting the proposed cargo facility. We're not here to talk about the Airport Corporation, the expansion of the airport in 20, 30, 40 years. We're here to talk about the noise berm that impacts Ward 3 residents that the mayor and Councilman Howe have fought diligently to protect the interests and the well-being, quality of life of those residents that are abutting the proposed cargo facility. The Airport Corporation has agreed to build it. If we do not abandon the roads, there'll be gaping gaps in the noise barrier that the sound will go through, the view will go through, and it'll be for nothing. The residents of Ward 3 that are abutting the cargo facility deserve to have the abandonment done, the berm built, whether it's 12 feet high, 30 feet high, they're going to be looking at it. People walking their dogs can walk the dogs anywhere else. We have a lot of city parks. We have a brand new dog park. We have a lot of trails and paths. So the use is being abandoned to preserve the quality of life of the residents abutting the new cargo facility. That is happening. No matter how much we talk about it, the cargo facility is being built. We're not here to talk about that. That's already been approved. It's for the noise berm. I just want to say again, Councilman Howe has worked diligently to get this approved to protect the quality of life of his Ward 3 residents and the residents abutting the noise barrier. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Let's go to and we'll come back to the council. So also, I do want to say, I know everyone will get a chance to speak this evening, but we do want to offer, is there anyone here that would like to speak either in favor at the time and then when to speak against at the time, or just be heard at the time? If they haven't had an opportunity to speak yet, please let them come up as well. So first up, is there anyone here that would like to speak in favor of this project at this time? Is there anyone here that would like to? Okay, thank you very much. And just please, for everyone, please introduce yourself for the record and speak slowly and clearly into the microphone. It's very difficult to hear, and we have the stenographer. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member of Ward 3, Brian Napa. I do live on Morse Ave. That's directly adjacent to the airport property. While I appreciate the council's comments about their concern about the airport overstepping, I think the chief makes a very good point that the cargo facility is coming no matter what we do. And as a member of that community that's directly affected by the expansion of that airport, my family, my daughter, my neighbors, we need a continuous berm. In order to have a continuous berm that is both sound and visually impairing what the airport is pushing on our neighborhood, we need that to be continuous. Like the chief said, but for the abatement, we're going to have massive gaps that are going to let the noise, the visual impairments, and also the pollutants through. The grass and vegetation that will inevitably grow on that berm are going to keep air quality, at least hopefully, better than it would be without it. And I think that there is value, and we're talking a lot about how much value we're getting for the abandonment of these properties. The value that we get is in preservation of our quality of life in that neighborhood holds a value. So maybe we are taking a couple cents off the acreage, and when we look at it as dollar for the acreage, but as a resident there, I think that holds some value. So maybe we do exchange 10 cents on an acre for 10 cents on a square foot for having a continuous berm. Maybe we are giving up a little bit, but we're giving it up in exchange for an increase in our quality of life. So I would urge the council to move forward and approve the project for the abatement, or for the abandonment rather, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this project? Go ahead, sir.
Stan Snizek, Ward 3. I live on Strawberry Field Road. To be honest with you, yeah, I agree with you, Councilman Ricks. The airport is a black hole. However, I live directly across from the airport, so I have to look at this every day. This berm and this wall is going to do a lot for us in our community. Still, the airport may have, you know, parts of Field View blocked off right now. Doesn't mean I still don't slip through there and walk the dog, you know? But the whole idea is there's no berm, there's no wall down there, and the sound barrier that they do have, it doesn't work. So they really need to, I hate to say, you know, abandon those streets, but we need a continuous wall, otherwise it's just not going to work.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak in favor of this project? Is there anyone here that would like to speak in favor of this project? Is anyone here that would like to speak in favor of this project? Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak against this project?
My name is Richard Langseth. It's Langseth, Budlong Farm in Warwick. The first item is the fact that all during the planning process, nobody recognized the state of Rhode Island as an abutter. The state of Rhode Island was not notified during the hearing, during the planning process. And I do believe this has to go back to planning so that the state of Rhode Island has the right to go forward with its concerns. Every time that I've been involved with a planning process, when an abutter was not identified, it goes back and they have rehear the whole thing. This is quite alarming that the state of Rhode Island has not been notified until this very last minute, and I believe they have not gotten a green card. I don't believe that the city has actually notified the state of Rhode Island. Only RIAC has, and I think that that's a procedural failure of this hearing, that you really have to take it back and start again because of that. It was very, very obvious all along that the state of Rhode Island is an abutter, and that point was missed by planning. It should be redone. The appraisal is quite alarming. I do appreciate Mr. Scotti. I've known him for many years, but he really doesn't know aviation appraisals. He was saying that the airport will be able to build a 50-foot building on that property. That is so far from the truth. The FAA has strong reservations about the height of buildings and properties like this. He's not showing aviation expertise at all. And I really urge you to get an appraiser who understands how this actually works. He mentioned the comprehensive plan. This has nothing to do with the comprehensive plan. This has everything to do with the FAA and the airport layout plan. And the airport layout plan is very, very clear that this is to be used for high-value aviation use, including the streets. The streets are not exempt from the airport layout plan. They're clearly in it, and it's the intent of the FAA to use this at the highest value possible. In fact, they demand it. And I'll give you an example. The Middletown Armory. The Middletown Armory is owned by the National Guard, and there was an attempt to relocate part of the armory, and the FAA stepped in and said, RIAC, you must use the best use of this property, and we have put money into it, and so therefore it's going to remain an armory. This is the same situation on the Strawberry Field roads. The FAA has very, very strong rules about how this property is to be used, and it's clearly to be used for executive hangars right up to the berm. That's why they want the berm. The berm doesn't do anything to protect the people against the warehouse. It's in the wrong location. Certainly, the berm north of Strawberry Field Road is important, and I support it all the way down to the old waiting area for the cell phone. That's right, but not on Palace Avenue. The reason for the berm there is to gain control of the property and to build giant hangars behind it. The reason for the hangars is we have a very, very valuable airport that has a instrument landing system where planes can land in zero visibility. There are not many airports around with that kind of facility. And so therefore, there's a very high demand for hangars, for corporate hangars in Rhode Island because of its proximity to Boston. It is really great for a large corporation in Boston to have a plane put in a hangar here because they can't find any hangars at Hanscom Field. They can't find any hangars at Logan Airport. Maybe at Westover, which is way far away, they could probably do it. But Westover does not have the ILS system that we have here in Warwick. That's a critical piece of information that we all have to understand. So therefore, the appraisal is just all wet. It really is. From what I've heard from Mr. Scotti, he doesn't understand how the airport layout plan works. He doesn't understand the height restrictions of this property. It just needs to be redone. There's a question that Mr. Ricks asked about deed restrictions. The city has an ordinance on deed restrictions. If the city were to sell a piece of property to an abutter that's residential, there is a severe deed restriction on that property. You cannot build a fence on the property. This is the city ordinance. So I think you can feel comfortable that if you move forward with this, you would have a deed according to the deed of the city ordinance deed, which would require no fences on the property. So that, this is the kind of thing that planning should have thought about months ago, and they just missed all that. And I don't really understand why, but that's what happened. Not all the property in this appraisal is residential. Mr. Scotti said it's all residential property. No, it's not. The abutter is the state of Rhode Island and the airport. So to say that all this property is residential is wrong. It's just simply wrong. The appraisal did not include the abutter to the north of Strawberry Field Road. That means the appraisal is invalid. It needs to be redone and put together with the correct abutters on it. So I would urge you to consider that as a very important matter. Mr. Scotti said that the FAA prohibits residential, or I'm sorry, it was probably the lawyer. The FAA prohibits residential property to be purchased. In other words, when RIAC buys the property with FAA money, they can't allow residential. I totally agree with that. But what they do is require that it's used at its highest level, which only makes sense. This is federal money. This is our money being spent. The federal government bought this property. They fully expect it to be used at the very highest level. And for the appraisal not to recognize that just shows that the appraiser doesn't understand airports. It's quite simple. There was a discussion about public hearings. The lawyer said that there was a public hearing process all during the master plan. I totally agree with that. I was at those hearings. I understand. I was actually protesting some of it. I lost, but I was there. And the fact is that this master plan and this airport layout plan requires that RIAC use this for aeronautical purposes. And I can speak all night about that because I went through that whole thing. See what else. Yeah, I just want to urge everybody to take care and be concerned and be careful with this. I know the abutters are saying they want the berm, but they already had a berm and the berm didn't work. We tore the berm down. And now we're putting up another berm. Oh, yes, it's closer to some of these houses on Palace Avenue. I understand that. But that berm, it only protects against exposures that are right next to the berm. It doesn't protect exposures way down on the runway. So why on earth would they even build a berm to protect these folks when there's nothing there to protect? No, the reason is that the berm is there so that they can build hangars behind the berm. Everybody wake up to this fact. That's what's really going to happen. And I don't know if I'm opposed to that, but just recognize it and get appropriate money for it. Here we had the administration coming with a 5-year plan saying that in 2029 and 2030, there's a huge financial hole. Okay. Now we have a
1
city
minute,
council
Mr.
sitting
Langseth.
here.
1 minute.
Okay. Now we have a city council sitting here, okay, with the probability that if they use their judgment, they would get $5 million from the airport if they had a proper appraisal. No, they're saying, oh, no. We want 400,000, and the deal is done, by the way. They cashed the check, and, it's all worked out. No, that's not the case. The city council needs to recognize the fact that the revenue is incredibly important, and they should sit back and say, let's continue this, and let's get an appropriate appraisal so that we don't get screwed out of $4 million. I mean, I think that's the bottom line that all of us can agree to. And I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak against this project at this time?
Evening, James Italiani, Buttonwood. And all of Ward 6. And there's a lot of issues that have not been resolved. We've done a lot of talking about the berm. I happen to be a recently retired audio pathologist and a hearing conservationist. I was here when you folks talked last time. From my professional opinion, which is within my scope of practice, you gave me no assurances whatsoever that the berm you talked about would protect the noise level for the community we're talking about. That's a huge failure. Okay, so from what I heard last time, from what I've been able to look at, your plans and all what I've seen, the berm will not be sufficient to cut down the noise. Okay. That is absolutely huge. You've given a check to the city before it was approved by the council. You got permits to do work on public property before the council or the city gave you approval. I mean, this is some crazy stuff here. And you want the city to quick claim over the deed to the rights of ways and the streets, but there's no limitations on that. Congressman Ricks talked about what would happen in the future. Maybe not by you, but by your predecessor's predecessor's predecessor. Okay. There's got to be some limitations forever, infinitum. I lived near an airport that 50 years later was sold by the Department of the Navy, and they were going to build an international airport over multi-million-dollar homes. And the only thing that stopped it is that the county at that time had the God-given sense to say, your flyover rights expire when the Department of the Navy releases the property. And that stopped the whole process. That could easily happen to us. These streets could easily be used in the future for projects that we, the people of the city, do not want to see, or we simply may not be able to get financially reimbursed for the damage that RIAC and your future goals may do to our city. Jumping back just a moment. Mr. Howe, you have worked so hard for so long to try to make this the best deal for all of us in this city, and I know that, and I really appreciate that. I really, really do, and you need to be lauded for that. I just want to make sure that what we really get, not just now but far in the future, is what we deserve and what's going to be the best use for all of we citizens. Last comment. You absolutely have to come up, as far as the noise reduction, for something, and not, I beg of you, don't approve this. This is, as we expand this airport, this is going to be a nightmare for half of the city, not just a few homes. So you need to take it back to committee. You need to take it back to wherever. I'm more than willing to help you professionally for nothing to make sure that the berm that you do build is built properly for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak against this project at this time? Go ahead, sir.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the City Council, people in the Planning Department who are here, people from RIAC. And anyway, for the record, my name is Michael Zarum. For the stenographer, that's Michael, Michael Zarum. I'm a resident here in Warwick. I don't know where to start because this is such a complex topic. I guess I want to start off by thanking Council Lattiser for his comments that were full of due diligence, very perceptive and very accurate. I also want to thank Mr. Ricks. But to start off, I want to be very clear that I hereby oppose PCO 8-24, and I would ask this City Council this evening not to pass 8-24. Time is insufficient to go through all the reasons. I'm even a little bit confused by Mr. McAllister saying this project, when my understanding of what's before us tonight is not a project, it's simply a street abandonment, which has to do with title. I know myself, after looking for years through planning documents, master plans, and whatnot for TF Green Airport, what they want to do here. One of the reasons they want to extend the berm further west is to make room beyond what they originally told us were going to be 6 cargo gates for Boeing 767s, which have much, much more powerful engines to lift all that weight. They have larger turbofans, which move a lot more air. They use a lot more fuel. They create higher noise, vibrations to homes that will be felt not just on Strawberry Field Road, but throughout the entire city. So I want to remind everybody that this is not just about Strawberry Field Road and that pocket neighborhood. But I have watched that neighborhood since I was at Aldrich Junior High School with friends that live there. I've had people call me to tell me they want to move. Can I rent them a room? When we're going to New England Tech, then they couldn't study from the noise. I also want to point out that in the document from RIAC, their petition for abandonment, they refer to it as a sound barrier. And I want to clarify, the word barrier is something that stops something. Maybe you got a mattress pad on your bed with somebody who's elderly and it stops water from going to the mattress. That's a barrier. It stops something. Call it a noise barrier is incorrect. It's not going to stop the noise. And if people on this honorable body were to check with the FAA New England region, you would find out that the impact to noise is not going to be significant. It's an earthen berm, and I would ask everybody to call it an earthen berm. But I don't believe that's why we're here tonight. We're here to talk about street abandonment. But I do want to clarify, I see no reason why, if the street were not abandoned, it could be preserved for public use and open space. And also, at the same time, if they move the center line of the berm back east about 12 to 25 feet, then the people would still be able to use that street for walking with their families, walking with their dogs, and open space. And everybody knows we need more open space in this community. They can still build a berm, but just move it back a little bit. So why does the Airport Corporation really want that space? Well, as Mr. Langseth mentioned, beyond the 6 original parking spaces for huge Boeing 767s, they want to build additional gates for regional freight. Say the small Cessna Caravans that fly freight in from other places in New England to put on the larger aircraft. They also want to add a terminal for corporate aviation. And of course, most corporate aviation jet engines make a lot more noise, much, much higher pitch noise than do some of the regular commercial jets. With that, I also want to defer to RIAC's petition for abandonment. First of all, I want to remind everybody that RIAC is a corporation. Letters from a former attorney general directed to RIAC's former counsel reminded them that they're a corporation and they need to abide by all laws, all regulations, both state and federal. The same holds true today. I also want to thank Mr. Kravitz for earlier agreeing that Warwick zoning applies. I've seen a lot of projects in my life, and this one is being done backwards. You don't do something like this, you get all your approvals first. But what I see RIAC trying to do here is get something done when other things aren't approved. And if they get a little bit in the door, then later on they're going to come back and say, oh, we really never designed the access and egress first, which is the first thing they should be doing, and the reason we had the supplemental EIS. But they haven't done that. And I really believe that later on they're going to say, well, we got this done, and now we can't have access egress, and this is what we want to do instead. It's a true problem, and you really got to put the horse before the cart, not the other way around. Just a few comments on RIAC's petition. It mentions in here, the legal counsel, Brittany Morgan, signed this. Wherefore, petition to file this petition, praise this honorable counsel, pursuant to authority vested by Chapter 24-6. Say again?
You got to read it slower
okay.
for her.
This was signed by RIAC's legal counsel, Brittany Morgan. It states, wherefore your petitioner files this petition and praise that this honorable counsel, pursuant to authority vested in it by Chapter 24-6 of the General Laws of the State of Rhode Island, 1956, is an admission from RIAC's legal counsel that they knew before this petition went in that this body before us tonight, the Warwick City Council, has the authority to approve whether they can go in there and do things or not. Yet we had the City of Warwick's DPW and Highway Department give them permission. I think most of us know that doesn't happen with consent from our mayor. The next thing I want to go to is the cumulative impacts here. This area slowly has more harm year after year after year. What they want to do here simply is not compatible with abutting residential. I'm concerned if I look at the PCO 824 that's before us tonight, it states attached here to be abandoned for the reason that said premises have ceased to be useful to the public as a highway or driftway. It doesn't mention other useful aspects such that those roads can continue to be used by families in that neighborhood as open space to walk with their families and walk with their pets and dogs. That's another use of those roadways. And there's no reason that that can't continue if this is done properly. The next paragraph 2 of PCO 8-24, I would ask that it be stricken. Paragraph 2 states that it's the judgment of the City Council, and I hope you guys don't agree with this, City Council of Warwick, that no owner of land abutting on...
1 minute, Mr. Zarum.
Okay. Well, I'm going to reference paragraph 2, but it basically says that homeowners will not be awarded any compensation. And I've got calls from several people in that neighborhood in the last week that they smell kerosene, which is highly, highly toxic. There's too many reasons. It can't be covered in the time allotted tonight, so I'd ask you not to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against this project?
Yes, good evening, Council. My name is Michelle Comar. I'm a Warwick resident. And I'd like to ask questions of RIAC and then the planning director, and then lastly, Chief Vicente. RIAC's questions are, the berm, was it documented in the environmental assessment that it would mitigate air quality? And what is the reduction in noise that was documented in the EA to be expected with the construction of the berm?
Just please identify yourself.
Sure. My name is Dawn Miniker, Senior Vice President of Infrastructure for the Rhode Island Airport Corporation. So the purpose of the berm is to provide a noise reduction and a visual barrier. So I'll read this exactly from the environmental assessment that's posted on our website. An analysis of a proposed noise barrier was conducted. That's the 6-foot berm and the 9-foot wall. The analysis indicated that a 6-foot berm and a 9-foot wall on a 6-foot berm and a 9-foot wall will provide noise reduction. FAA has a measurement day-night average of 1 to 4 decibels to the adjacent homes. It goes on to say that a noise reduction from single noise events will be reduced by 1 to 13 decibels.
Okay, so are there any air quality mitigation benefits with the berm?
That is not the purpose of the berm, so that was not studied.
Who is funding the construction of the berm?
The Airport Corporation.
And why didn't FAA want to fund the berm?
Because when they did the noise analysis, the berm did not increase the levels. The proposed action did not increase the levels to a threshold where the FAA would fund it.
Okay, last public hearing, what was the 5% reduction that you mentioned?
So at the last hearing 2 weeks ago, I indicated that, off the top of my memory, I thought it was a 5 decibel reduction. So I'm correcting myself tonight. It's 1 to 4 decibel reduction.
Because I don't believe the two gentlemen that spoke in favor of the project were here at that first hearing. So I was hoping they would hear that there's very little reduction in noise for this construction of the berm. There are no air quality benefits with the construction of the berm. Thank you. Planning Director Kravitz, please. 2 questions. Hi, Director.
Hi.
Is a berm, construction of a berm permitted in a residential zone like this?
According to the FAA and the FONSIs that were done over the past 3 years, one of which we challenged in court to make improvements to it, and RIAC acted as a partner with the city to render those improvements that the city administration sought. Yes, this is part of their master plan. There's an existing wall present. To me, it only made sense to relocate the wall that was contemplated in the FONSI that was approved by the FAA. And I had no idea that there'd be this much controversy over this project at this point. But to answer your question, yes.
So in my neighborhood, in Warwick, residential neighborhood, someone could construct a 9-foot berm. That's permitted by zoning in a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, if there was an airport in your neighborhood for however many years, that has grown over so many years and got approvals from the FAA with city input, I suppose, yeah. But I think you're trying to draw an apples and oranges situation here. But
No, what I'm trying to find out is what other approvals might be needed down the line. So right now, a berm is not permitted where these abandoned roadways are located by our city ordinance, our city zoning ordinance. I know you've given us what needs to get done if everybody teams up, the city teams up with FAA. But presently, because I can't imagine somebody getting approval for a berm in my neighborhood of 8 feet, 9 feet high when a fence is only, is less than that. So how, right now by present zoning, is a berm permitted in a residential zone? Will we find that in the zoning ordinance?
No, I think we should maybe just let DOT condemn it like they've always done, their sovereignty, and not try to work in cooperation with the airport. Maybe that's the answer.
I'm not getting an answer from the director. What
No,
I just
no,
want,
you're not.
I know. You're working your way around it. What I think your answer is no, is what you're trying to say, that in any other circumstance in the city, including this one, unless there are other approvals provided, that a berm is not permitted in a residential zone of 9 feet high and so many feet long.
No.
Okay, thank you. There were two planning board hearings, and I attended both of them on this application. And the planning board was reluctant to approve it the first hearing because the plans were not clean or accurate enough to pass on to the city council. At that point, I knew that there was construction being already done when those board meetings had occurred. And I brought that up. Why would the board reward somebody who's in violation of city law and taking over city property and doing what they want with it?
Yeah, no, we're
So
looking
my-
at this
my
prospectively.
question is,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm leading up to the question. My question is, when did the city, meaning the planning department and Eric Earls, planning DPW director, when did they give RIAC the permission to start construction? Was that before or after the planning board hearings?
Before.
Before.
April 8th? Ms. Councilman Lattiser, I think you read the date. 26.
April 26th. And when did the planning board hearings take place?
I don't have a calendar in front of me. It's
Ma'am,
the
I'm going to ask that
the
you
second
keep to
Wednesday
the
of each month.
abatement. School Director, you guys are getting in the weeds. We got to stay to the abatement of these lands. You're talking about,
Well,
you're
I'm
off
talking-
track.
What I'm saying is that there's been a violation here. And the information wasn't given to the planning board that.
No,
the
no, I take exception to this. It was. We in the planning department were working prospectively at times, rarely, but in this case with the airport, to avoid letting them construct a wall on their property with big gaps in it. That makes no sense to me. So of course we worked with them to try to advance some aspects of the project, which if the council doesn't like it, you can reverse it, leave gaps in the wall, let them build the wall with gaps and move on. Sometimes
Well,
we have to
I've-
take chances to move things in a manner that makes sense for neighbors. So it doesn't always work.
Well, it wasn't announced at the public meeting portion of the planning board.
Oh, I mentioned it at the planning
You did?
board meeting.
Okay.
I did.
All right, so, thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
Chief Vicente, please, couple questions. Hi, Chief. I was a
Hello.
little taken aback by your introduction about how this sound barrier was, or berm was going to benefit. It's, as you can hear from RIAC directly today, it has very little sound mitigation benefits, 1 to 4 decibels. I think you kind of insinuated that this was going to be a big benefit to those residents and they absolutely needed it.
No, I actually said that the residents want the berm. I didn't say it was going to work. I said they want the berm. The mayor and the councilman worked with RIAC to get what the butters wanted.
Yes, and I hope they fully realize, and the two gentlemen, I don't know if they're still here, left, that it's only going to be a 1 to 4 decibel decrease. But what I want to ask you, could you, the mayor had signed an MOA, and the mayor also dropped the petition. Could you just explain what those two consisted of?
Again, this is not on this abatement. That is a different item. That is not before us. I'm sorry, but we need to stick to the abatement of this property.
Okay, was the berm in the MOA or in the petition?
It's an abandonment, sorry.
Yes. The abandonment and the berm, were they in the MOA and the petition? And the reason why I'm asking is because if the council's going to lead into some conditions or deed restrictions of this approval, I want to be in tune with what the mayor said, like what the mayor wanted.
So the mayor fought, along with Councilman Howe and the residents abutting the new cargo facility, cooperatively with RIAC, to get a sound berm. A berm, a sound barrier, whatever you want to call it. I'm not an engineer. It's a berm, whether it's 10 feet high, 8 feet high, or 100 feet high. That's what he wants. That's what he fought for. That's what RIAC agreed to do.
Okay, we fought this hard, and I'm talking about the residents.
Ms. Komar, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Lynn, for a 1 to 4 decibel reduction. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
So if the council so feels they're going to approve this abandonment, there are conditions that I'm going to suggest. And one is that the condition of approval be a deed restriction, that only the berm can be built, the sound berm can only be built on the abandoned roadways, and that no other construction can take place, whether it's earthwork or structures. Number 2, that RIAC complete the freight cargo terminal, because the terminal is why we need the berm. Don't have the terminal, if the funding doesn't work out for that, we don't need the berm. That's only that, they go hand in hand. And the last condition is that RIAC complete the traffic mitigation.
Time, Ms. Komar.
That the mayor so worked hard for, that will keep traffic off of Post Road and Strawberry Field Road, Jefferson Boulevard, and will put traffic onto Airport Connector Road. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak against this project at this time?
Thank you. Patrick Maloney, Warwick resident. I originally wasn't going to speak against this, but I've decided to after hearing everybody else speak. Specifically, Councilman Ricks, who was given a promotion during this meeting to congressman. So I'd like to go back to things that other people said. First of all, I want to comment on the fact that there's been any work whatsoever done on this area without approval of the city council. I know that Rhode Island Airport Corporation says they'll put everything back and it'll be better than ever, and I really appreciate that. But I think it goes back to the fact that people put the cart before the horse, and this isn't the first time this has happened. The mayor had in his budget speed cameras before the council approved it. Then the council, I think, has approved it at this point. REACT started using this public land before the council has approved it. You know, this is a pattern that things are happening without your approval. And I think it's very disrespectful to the council people that are here that put in the work, and it's disrespectful to the taxpayers who want things done on their behalf, and they want to get the most for their money. The other thing that Councilman Ricks mentioned that I thought was very telling is the fact that they won't sign an agreement to use this particular amount of land for anything other than this noise abatement, which is very minimal, 1 to 4 decibels. He said that the spokesperson said that the FAA would refuse to sign. Well, I think we've already shown our hand, and we've shown that we're basically giving them the land because we allowed them to work on it previously. So what I'd like to say is that I'd like the city council to ask for an investigation of anybody who was working with REACT prior to council approval and providing REACT access to this land without approval. There were 2 people mentioned, or 2 groups of people mentioned earlier. It's already on record, so I'd like those groups investigated. And I'd like to make sure that in the future, that when we do go out to look for working with entities like REAC or anybody else, any other private or public entity, that we specifically tell employees of the city that until the council votes, they are to do nothing. I think that's really important because this group over here thinks it's a done deal, and you haven't voted. So it's not a done deal. So they've already gone back to their stakeholders and told them, we know the city's going to go ahead and do this. So let's go ahead and get an appraisal on this land and let's lowball them because we know they're going to do it anyway. So we can't get assurances that it's not going to be used for anything else. And they're telling us that they're going to give us an amount of money based on it not being residential, which it's zoned as. So I don't care what you're going to build it as. If it's zoned that way, give the city the money for that. So please don't show our hand in the future. I think that this city council should be very aware. Are we all awake? Thank you. I think that this city council should be very aware that it's inappropriate to take land and use it for whatever you want to, because sometimes you end up having to give it back. Now, REAC is saying that they want to help the Warwick residents. My question is, why aren't we building a large berm on their side, on their property, if it's to help the residents? I want to make sure we get an appropriate price. And then finally, I'll say, did the public get a chance to speak publicly regarding the 20-year plan? And then I'll say that if we are allowing the public to talk about these long plans, that we should also allow the public to speak about shorter plans, 5-year plans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak against this project at this time?
My name is Beth Groff, and I live on Palace Avenue. And I've lived in my house for about 40 years and watched the airport take neighborhoods one by one by one. It's hard to watch the people your children grew up with leave in neighborhoods. And the airport has taken a lot. But I love my house because there's a lot of memories there. My kids grew up there, their friends grew up there. And I woke up one morning to construction going on, and pictures were falling off the wall. And I looked out my window, and there were bulldozers all over the place, and they were right behind my fence. And they dug up behind our fence, and we found out they were going to put a berm there and a sound barrier so that I could come out into my yard, and it would, I guess, look like a prison in the back of it with the sound barrier. One of the first things they did was take the existing sound barriers down. I don't know why that's one of the first things they did where it used to be. Where it's going to be now, the berm and the sound barrier, is probably this far from the back of my fence, and it's going across. I've heard that it's going to be, there's going to be hangars, and FedEx and UPS are going to have that's where they're going to do their business now, right behind us. And so I think for the people who say, yeah, I want the berm or the sound barrier, they think if we don't have any rights already and we're going to smell the kerosene like we do already, and the planes are larger and they're louder. So I think that some people are saying that they do want the berm because that's one thing maybe that could help a little bit. But I think that the airport has taken enough. And I think that we need more housing. And we're just taking neighborhoods at a time, the airport is. And I see now on Post Road, they're building rows and rows and rows of houses. But yet the airport keeps taking houses. Well, they don't anymore. They just start doing construction in your backyard. And also about the city making sure they get enough money for the roads and all. If this goes in and they start this, whatever they're going to do with FedEx and UPS and the hangars, the value of our houses is going to be a quarter of what it is now. So I just think it's too much. I think it's been too much for a long, long time. And I guess the only other answer is to move out of Warwick, and I think a lot of people feel that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against this project?
Hello, my name is Elizabeth McGovern, and as far as the berm goes, I can understand some people on Strawberry Field because you're looking at a big, ugly parking lot and you see the planes and the cars and all that. But along the back of Palace Avenue, coming across Murray Street, you're going to put this giant berm with a big old fence. These people aren't going to see the light of day till the late afternoon. Their house is going to be dark. It's going to stop the morning light from coming in, and as you can see, it's really not going to stop the noise. I made the mistake of leaving my window open last night, and planes woke me up this morning, and there's a berm out there on the runway already. This is very traumatic for the people who live in the area. And like this woman said, killing everybody's property value. How do you sell a house when someone comes in? I guess you can only show it in the late afternoon because it's going to be darker than hell. No one wants to live in a cave. And how do you grow anything in your backyard when there's no light? It's a shame. It's a shame. And as far as the noise, it's not going to do a thing for the noise. The ones they had didn't really do much for the noise. I often wonder if anyone ever checks the air quality in the area, because, those Italian jets that were in the other day were very nice, and it was a great little show. But if you lived on Murray Street and you had your grandchildren in the yard, you were getting poisoned by the exhaust. And it happens a lot. There are times you cannot go out in your yard. You can't open a window because you're letting that toxic fume in your house. Maybe when they did this whole thing, they should have gave it much more thought to the people who are living there. Are we being poisoned every day in our homes? When people grow stuff in their yard, is it really toxic because all this crap from these planes is falling on it, coating everything? I guess no one cares about that. People's health Is there any kind of air quality control for that area? Anyone?
Ma'am, that's not before us at this time.
Well, I'm just throwing it out there. I want it to be heard.
Thank you.
That's it.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak against this project at this time? Is there anyone else that would like to speak against this project at this time? Is there anyone who would like to speak against this project at this time? Is there anyone who would like to be heard on this project at this time?
He already got her. Can we talk?
Sir, you already spoke.
I already spoke. I'll make this very, very
Excuse
quick.
me, sir. Is there any,
It
I want to give the opportunity for any individual who hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Is there anybody who would like to be heard at this time? Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. Michael Arcillo, the city solicitor. I just wanted to put on the record a few items in response to some of the statements that were made this evening that I think might clarify for the city council on the various topics that were mentioned. To begin with, the memorandum of understanding between the city and RIAC that was negotiated by the mayor, and I had a part in creating that document, does indeed obligate RIAC to construct what we refer to in that agreement, a noise wall, in other words, a berm. I want you to know that they were not obligated to do that going forward with the South Cargo facility project, but it is something that, based upon the concerns that were raised by the constituents in Mr. Howe's ward, as well as the mayor's feelings, et cetera, the airport corporation did agree to do that. It is in the MOU. Number two, with regard to notice to the state of Rhode Island, that was indeed accomplished. It was accomplished by the city. As a matter of fact, the chief of staff personally hand-delivered notice to the state representative. Now, as Attorney Morgan referenced at the beginning of the hearing, that wasn't technically necessary because of the master lease agreement between the state of Rhode Island and RIAC. However, as an abundance of caution, I advise that personal notice be made upon the appropriate state official. So that was in fact accomplished. Finally, I just want to put on the record that, as I'm sure you're all well aware, you're proceeding here pursuant to an abandonment petition that was brought to you by RIAC under state law 2461 and this city's ordinance 1-13. A process is laid out about how to go about doing that. That process is very different from a situation in which the city puts out to bid the sale of property that may be owned by the city, such as former school property, et cetera. That is all controlled by a different ordinance, 2-19. That is the ordinance that talks about the fact that when the city sells property to an individual, it has the right to put on deed restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. That's a whole different process. This is not a case where the city put out a bid to sell its land. This is an abandonment process whereby the city is entitled to its fair market value if, in fact, you all decide to abandon the property, but it's under a whole different set of ordinances and statutes. So thank you for allowing me to clarify the record with regard to those items.
Thank you, Mr. Arcillo. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on this topic at this time? Is there anyone like to be heard on this topic at this time? Is there anyone like to be heard at this topic at this time? Okay. Hearing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'd like to propose closed public hearing.
A decibel, 1 decibel is the slightest
Excuse me,
difference
sir.
that the
Excuse
human
me.
ear can hear. 4 decibels is meaningless.
Excuse me,
Is
sir.
meaningless.
Sir.
So what needs to be done about the berm is it
Excuse me,
needs to
sir.
be measured to OSHA standards
Sir.
to protect the hearing of this community.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm done. Safety of the community.
Motion to close the public hearing has been made by Councilman Howe. It's been seconded by Councilman Foley. We are now, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So now we are back to the full council. Are there any members of the council that haven't had an opportunity to speak, would like to make any comments at this time?
I defer
Councilwoman
to
Travis.
council. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I've been on the council a long time, and I've had my share of fights with RIAC, arguing about air quality, traffic, noise, pollution, the fact that houses were taken off the tax roll. I had my share of arguments with the RIAC, and all we wanted basically was them to be a good neighbor and help the citizens of Warwick. I want to personally thank Tim Howell for breaking the ice, because a lot of people sat in that seat and never got through to them. And he has worked hard to try to work and become at least working with the RIAC, because for some reason, I don't know, I think they never wanted to work with anybody on the council or the city. But Tim made an effort, and he worked hard at it, and he's got the cooperation. I've been hearing Ward 3 complain about the noise and that they wanted a berm for a long, long time. And he fought for those people. Now, unfortunately, Tim, where are they? Why ain't they here saying that they want the berm? Because they got the people here that say they don't want it. That's the sad part on your behalf, because you worked hard for it. And I feel bad for it, because if they wanted it so bad, they should be here. But I think I want to thank you personally. I think you worked hard. I know a lot of council people that sat in that seat that tried to work with RIAC, they just couldn't. And I know, forget it. I argued with them so many times. I said, leave it to the Ward 3. So thanks. Thank you.
Any other council members? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, thank you, Councilwoman Travis, and I appreciate once again you bringing it back to the neighborhood. To answer your question, it's one of those things where we had numerous meetings. Please understand, the Ward 3 residents went to the planning board, and to go back what you said, that the ice was broken, I have to compliment the RIAC team. I have said on numerous occasions, John Goodman is my point of contact, but I meet with all these people. And if there's one thing that's been a tone, is we want to be good neighbors. And I want to also reiterate what the solicitor said and what the chief of staff said. They were not required by FAA to build this berm. This was something that they offered to do in the good nature of, okay, let's mean what we say. So please understand, the Ward 3 residents have been participating. They have been going to the meetings. They sacrifice a lot of time. As a matter of fact, one of the speakers, Brian Napa, has a list, and I have it. Unfortunately, he had an unfortunate event in his family, and he had to go, but he sent me the picture of the signatures of the neighbors in support of this berm. And I'm going to use this time, Mr. President, to plead with my colleagues, or basically reach out to my colleagues and say, and I can call up the RIAC representation right now, the cargo facility, and I know that that's not part of what we are speaking of. That is happening. People are tired of the growth of the airport. I get it. The neighbors are tired of the noise, the smell. I get it. But ladies and gentlemen, the cargo facility, the reason why we requested this berm is because it is happening on RIAC property. And in the past, the city and RIAC were seen as two separate entities, as they are. We are trying to work together, keeping in mind the residents. So I heard neighbors speak of the frustration of the noise, the frustration of the smell, the frustration of the fumes. I understand that. I am a butter to the airport as well in my personal home, and I've been there for 22 years. The berm and the abatement of these streets, if this abatement doesn't go through, and again, I'm appealing to my colleagues, RIAC basically said, okay, we'll build berm as agreed upon, but we'll just leave gaps where the streets are. And therefore, still doesn't mean that you'll be able to, you'll have a berm and there'll still be gaps. We are doing, I, as a council person, the city, the mayor, the administration, the Rhode Island Airport Corporation, we are trying to do something, understanding what the challenges are. We cannot stop the airport from being an airport. We cannot stop the facility from being a facility. We cannot stop business from being business. We are two separate entities, the city of Warwick and Ryack. What this does is it's something. So to hear, I'm gonna say this very genuinely, to hear people speak against the berm that are not from the neighborhood, and I'm talking about speaking openly against the berm, that are not, by saying it's only 1 or 4 decimals. Think of that. To that neighborhood, it's something. We are trying something. We are attempting to do something. So I think people would just be happy to say, I win if this fails. If these abatements fail, they would feel so good and pat themselves on the back. Good. You know, is it for the neighbors? No, because we're trying to do something. We're trying to be proactive. As an airport grows and becomes an economic growth in the state, in that neighborhood, in that Strawberry Field West neighborhood, it's something. Is it perfect? I never said it was perfect. It's something. The airport is going to grow. The airport is going to compete internationally. They're already an international airport. The jets are going to land. The jets are going to take off. The engines are going to run. The trucks are going to run. The cargo facility is going to operate. What next? Do we just sit there and go, oh, well? Or do a few people who, you know, basically complaining about what decimals it is, it's something. And I just want to say, I am asking my colleagues, after years of work, I'm asking my colleagues to please look at it that way. These abatements, we had someone brought in who has over 50 years of experience in doing abatements and understands the law. The city agreed upon it. Ryack agreed upon it, representing. During the planning process, all the way through, the planning department represented the city well, and the citizens showed up. This is something that is my job, to do something for the safety and security of the citizens that I represent in Ward 3, and it's something. Now, if we do not approve this, I'm not exaggerating, it'll be a berm, a gap, a berm, a gap, a berm, a gap. And then the city is still responsible for the roads and the plowing and the maintenance, and that's a waste of money because we can't develop there. So again, this is part of the plan. I can't stress it enough. It's something. And for the first time, Councilwoman Travis, I thank you so much. For the first time, we were able to sit down with Ryack and say, can we do this? And Ryack agreed. So I thank you for that. But I thank you, Mr. President. I have nothing more to say.
Councilman, did you want to make a motion? We get a second, and then I can continue discussion. You wanted to make a motion?
Make a motion. I apologize.
Yeah, if you would like to make a motion, you could do that at this time. We could get a second and continue discussion.
Oh, okay. I'd make a motion to continue discussion with the council.
Do you have a motion like favorable action?
Oh, I please respectfully make a motion for favorable action on this.
Second by Councilman Foley and Councilman McElroy and Councilwoman Travis. Okay, so discussion continues. We have a motion for favorable. It's been second, so discussion continues. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'll reiterate my opening comments and recognizing Chairman Howe's efforts on this, and not to take away anything of those efforts or his good intentions and his dedication to his constituents. We've heard a lot of conversation this evening about the berm. We've heard from the Airport Corporation how they're so willing to do this berm and the effectiveness of it and the necessity of it. and actually kind of saying, you know, we're going to do this because we think it's the right thing to do. So my question to the Airport Corporation, and through the chair, is that permissible? My question to the Airport Corporation, given the fact that you folks are on the record about saying the main purpose of being here with this road abandonment is to do the berm. It's the main focus. Councilman Ricks asked some excellent questions. And I certainly concur with his concerns. So being your main concern is this berm and to provide relief to those residents along that area, would you be willing to enter into an MOA with the city of Warwick that would allow you to have an easement over the roads that you want to install the berm? That's it. No abandonment of any other roads, because you don't have any plans on building and, you know, bringing in cargo and, you know, whatever else. So your intent is appreciated. That is to provide a berm that Councilman Howe has worked so diligently on for a very long time. Would you be willing to enter into an MOA with the city of Warwick to build the berm if we provide you an easement just in that area? Does anyone want to answer that question, or should I draw my own conclusion?
Ryak, if you like to adjust, again, before us is what you have proposed. So you can get back to the councilman on that as well if you'd like additional time.
Because the city can certainly provide an easement. We do it all the time. The other question, Mr. President, that I have, and I'm not sure if it'd be for Director Kravitz or the Chief of Staff or Director Dupuy. At the last meeting, there was a lot of conversation and serious request that the city conduct its own appraisal of that property. Has the city conducted its own appraisal of the property by a licensed appraiser? Let me preface it with that.
No, Councilman, the city did not conduct its own appraisal. Neil Dupree, the city tax assessor, a certified real estate appraiser, looked over the appraisal of Mr. Scotty and concurred in his findings. If you want to ask Neil directly, you can.
No, I believe you. I have no reason to doubt what you're saying. But I certainly would question why we didn't hire an outside, disconnected person to give us an independent appraisal.
So not speaking for anyone else, but Mr. Scotty has had over 50 years experience. He's done work for the city. He's worked with Neil. Neil knows his work and the city knows his work. And that's why Neil reviewed his appraisal.
So thank you, Chief. So I guess I'll ask for the answer from the Airport Corporation.
Thank you, Councilman. To respond to your question, I mean, the answer at this point would be no, as we are here again with our petition for abandonment, and that is our intention in front of the council.
So thank you for that. And now it's crystal clear to me that the main intention here is not to only do a berm. So we know about, or at least I know about berms. I know about sound barriers. And I think that if this were strictly about the berm, then RIAC would have agreed to do the berm. But to me, it seems as though there's a lot more down the road, and this is just another land grab by the airport corporation has been going on for years. So again, my compliments to Chairman Howe and all of his efforts. The berm is not the issue for me. That's not the issue. It's far greater than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Foley.
Appropriate to call the question, please? I'd like to call the question.
Yep. Is there a second to that? Second by Councilman Howe. Okay, so this has been moved favorable and it has been second. So the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on PCO 8-24. Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Thank you. 6 yes, 2 no for first passage.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We still have some other business to attend here at the council. The stenographer, you are all set. So thank you very much. And thank you to all the residents who came out and spoke at this and the representatives from RIAC and the administration. Next up on the agenda is PCR 77-24, Committee Report Finance. I believe that was favorable action.
Yes, sir. Favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. 8 yeses, motion passes. Number 3 this evening is PCR 81-24, resolution relative to issuing requests for proposals for community projects, community report finance.
Favorable action.
For action, do we have a second to that recommendation? Second by Councilman Foley. Any question, Councilman Gephardt? Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. We're now moving to new business. There is none. So we're on to unanimous consent. First up is PCO 2-24, in order of abandonment of portions of West Pontiac Street and Pontiac Street, City of Warwick. The petitioners, this is for second passage. Councilman Sinapi is not here today. Councilman McElroy.
Move favorable action, Mr. President.
Second by Councilman Howe and Councilman Ricks and Councilwoman Travis and Councilman Lattiser. Any discussion on this PCO 2-24? We had a public hearing on this at the last meeting. This was not heard earlier this evening in committee, so I want to offer the public, is there anyone that would like to speak on PCO 2-24? at this time? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action for second passage. Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, second passage.
Thank you. Second passage. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening under unanimous consent? Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5. Ward 6.
Pass.
Ward 7 passes. Ward 9.
Pass.
Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
All those in favor to move in the docket session, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in the docket session. I have one item to docket. It is the resolution, neighborhood ARPA projects.
What is?
Finance, neighborhood ARPA projects. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening? Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass, thank you.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5. Ward 6. Ward 9. All right, thank you very much. We are adjourned.